Good morning. I'm waiting for another board member to log on. So as soon as the other board member logs on, then we will start. All right. All right. Good morning, everyone. We're on the record. Good morning, everyone. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Official Code Section 25764 of the Open Meetings Act, I am welcoming you to a regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. Today is Thursday, December 10th, 2020, and the time is 10:36 a.m. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies during the public health emergency. Pursuant to this guidance, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABRA's website and on the district's central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and call-in or log-in information for public participation. This electronic meeting is hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I am chairman of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically pursuant to Mayor's Order 2020-054. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato.
Miss Rafi Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, present.
Miss Jenny Hansen.
Jenny Hansen, present.
Mr. Ed Grandis.
Ed Grandis, present.
The board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 6 hearings on this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for our IT specialist to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature or email simone.andrews2@dc.gov. Our first order of business today is a protest status hearing, case number 20 PRO 00035, Asafu's Palace, license number 112748. This hearing has been canceled due to the dismissal of the renewal application on October 21st, 2020. See Board Order Number 2020-337. The next case on our calendar is case number 20 PRO 00014, Medusa Lounge, license number 106785. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the protestant and the licensee in this case, please?
Sure, stand by.
Thank you. It's the Medusa Lounge.
Would the participants of Medusa Lounge please acknowledge yourself in the chat so that your rights could be elevated?
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm doing too many things. I am doing too many things at one time. This Medusa Lounge. I apologize. The hearing has been canceled due to dismissal of the renewal application on October 21st, 2020. See Board Order Number 2020-338. The license was also canceled by the board on November 18th, 2020. See Board Order Number 2020-084. All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 20 PRO 00022, Unity, license number 109064. This case has been continued to a date to be determined. The next case on our calendar, it's case number 20 PRO 00038, MAHK Meetings LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 116881. And Ms. Andrews, I apologize for that. Can you please elevate the rights to the parties for MAHK Meetings, please? I apologize.
Sure, this is a lengthy one, so stand by.
Yes.
Mr. Dennis James, you are a call-in. Your line has been unmuted. Could you please announce yourself?
Yes. This is Dennis James, President, Kalorama Citizens Association.
Thank
Have
you.
I unmuted myself?
Yes,
That's
thank
fine,
you very
Mr.
much.
James.
We hear you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh,
All right.
thanks.
All right.
I
Good
believe
morning,
that's all,
everyone.
Mr. Chair. If anyone else is for this case, please acknowledge yourself in the chat.
This is Amir Irani on behalf of ANC 1C.
All right, hold on. We just want to make sure that your rights have been elevated. So if your rights have not been elevated and you're participating in this case, just announce yourself in the chat. You don't necessarily have to identify yourself, but just let Ms. Andrews know in the chat that your rights needs to be elevated if it has not been elevated. Okay. All right. So, all right. Good morning, everyone.
That's all, Mr. Chair. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. So this is a protest hearing status for MAHK Meetings, LLC, trade name to be determined, and its application for a new location and a substantial change. All right, so let's start with the licensee. Can we have the licensee identify themselves for the record?
Yes, this is good morning. Sidon Johannes on behalf of the and that is SIELN IOANS.
All right, good morning, Ms. Johannes. Ms. Johannes, I want to ask you a question. What are the protest groups in this case, please? I'm just asking you, so then go ahead.
Sure. It is the ANC, KCA,
Okay. All right, thank you, Ms. Johannes. All right.
This is Dennis James speaking. I'd like to add that there's also 2 abutters.
That's correct.
Oh, sorry. All right. Okay, so can we have the ANC introduce themselves, please?
This is Amir Irani, AMIRIRANI, representing ANC 1C.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's have the Citizens Association, the Kalorama Citizens Association, please.
Good morning. This is Dennis James. I'm the president of the Kalorama Citizens Association. We voted a protest, and it's been recognized by the board.
All right, thank you. All right, we have the group of 16 or more. So let's start. Who is the representative of the group? So we can start with the representative of the group, and then the other folks can introduce themselves. And please spell your name for the record, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Alan Roth. It's ALANROTH. Mr. Chairman, if I may, we have some members of the group who were not able to make the roll call hearing, but who are in attendance this morning for the purposes of establishing their standing. 2 of them are teachers who have to get back to class at 11 a.m. May I ask if you would to allow them, as well as these other members, to introduce themselves so they can establish their standing before we move on?
That's fine. How many people were at the roll call hearing?
I believe there were 16, and there are 4 others here this morning.
No, I'm saying how many people were actually at the roll call hearing?
16.
Okay, now, well, then you already, standing was already confirmed on you. So not all 16 people have to show up, as long as, but anyway, but they can go ahead and identify themselves. Go ahead.
Okay, the 2 teachers are Kylie Heemstra and Sam Hart, if they'd like to introduce themselves.
I can jump in. My name's, assuming you guys can hear me, my name's Sam Hart, SAMHART, and I am a resident of the Carswell right next door.
All right, thank you.
Okay, and my name is Kylie Heemstra, KYLIEHIEMSTRA, also a resident of the Carswell.
Thank you. Who are the other members of the group who are on the line?
Caitlin Kerr and Gustavo Silva Chavez.
So, Ms. Kerr, can you identify yourself and spell your name for the record, please?
Sure, this is Caitlin Kerr. That's spelled K-A-I-T-L-Y-N. The last name is Kerr, K-E-R-R.
And you said there's a Mr. or Mrs. Chavez, I believe you said? Chavez?
Mr. Silva Chavez.
Yeah, hi, my name is Gustavo Silva Chavez, GUSTAVO-SILVA-CHAVEZ, and I am an owner and a resident of the Carswell.
All right, thank you very much. So, who are the abutting neighbors who were granted stand-in?
Hello, this is Suzanne Farmer, SUZANNEFARMER, and I am an owner in Unit 23. Sorry, and then Pipe Hendricks is not able to join this morning. She's taking care of her mother who just had surgery, but she has, I believe, designated me as her proxy, and she is an owner in Unit 33 at 1812 Vernon Street.
Did she?
She did send an email.
To who?
To Ms. Randall, I believe.
Yes, let me see if I can find it.
I believe she sent a letter as well.
Yes, it was sent to Miss Randall.
When was that sent?
Monday, December 7th.
All right, I wasn't aware of it, but I will, if
Okay.
you're saying that she had sent a letter to the agency to inform them that
Yes.
she can't be there and that you're her representative, then I will take that. I'll take that. Hold on.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. So the agency does not have any concerns with the designation. Now, are there? Let's start with. Let me start with the licensee. Are there any preliminary matters that you want the board, that you want the agent? I'm sorry, the board to address. Starting with the licensee. Okay. Your connection, Miss Johannes, is poor, so just want to let you know that. All right. All right, thanks. What about us from the perspective of the ANC? Any preliminary matters?
No preliminary matters from the perspective of the ANC.
And Mr. James, any preliminary matters?
No, are we supposed to report our progress at this point?
No, I'm just saying if you had a particular concern that you wanted to bring to the attention of the board, that's it. I don't necessarily need to be briefed on progress, just if you had any particular concerns that you want the board to address. And I guess based on your comment, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I would just like to say we did mediate 2 days ago, I believe it was, Tuesday, and established numerous concerns that will be addressed in a draft agreement that Ms. Johannes will be forwarding to the group.
All right. Thanks for that presentation, Mr. James. And Mr. Ross, are there any preliminary matters that as far as your group is concerned, you want to bring it?
No, sir, not at this time.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Farmer, are there any preliminary matters as the abutting property owner that you want to bring to the attention of the board?
No, nothing.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. All right. This matter will be hearing, and this matter will be scheduled for a protest hearing. I'm hoping that at a date in January or February, but the board is unable to provide you a date at this juncture when we will have the hearing, but we will propose a date, and hopefully it's a date and time that is convenient for all the parties. But from what it appears that the parties are working towards settlement, and of course the board supports settlements of these matters, especially with all the parties here concerned. My position has always been, because this is the neighborhood that you live in, and if there's a settlement agreement, at least all parties will leave with a settlement agreement happy. But if the board makes a decision, then one side might be happy, another side might be unhappy. So I support settlement agreements if the parties are able to reach settlement agreements. So I do support that. All right. Now that we have scheduled this matter for a protest hearing, there are a few things that I would like to instruct you about so that the protest hearing is focused and addresses only those issues that are being protested. You either have already received, hold on 1 minute, please. You either have already received or will soon be receiving an email from Imani Moreland that contains a copy of the protest information form PIP and a copy of the exhibit form. Both parties are required to complete and submit the protest information form PIP and the exhibit form at least 7 days before the date of the hearing. If we do not receive a copy of your forms 7 days before the hearing, your application or your protest may be subject to dismissal. These documents not only need to be submitted to ABRA, but to the opposing party as well. Please know that these documents greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point during the hearing. Each side will have 90 minutes to present their case. This includes all direct and cross-examination of witnesses. The board does not intend to hear testimony in matters that are not relevant to those issues that are being protested, nor will the board tolerate repetitive testimony. Are there any questions? Right.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question?
Yes, speaking, Mr. Roth.
Yes.
Introduce yourself, please. Yes, Mr.
Yeah,
Roth.
this is Alan Roth. With regard to the 7-day requirement and the uncertainty about the January or February date, because we're heading into the holiday season, can we have some reasonable assurance that this protest date, which right now is uncertain, will not be at least in early January, so that this 7-day requirement won't come up while we're potentially out of town?
Yes, we can give you that assurance. We can give you that assurance that will not occur.
Okay, thank you, sir.
We can provide you that. We can provide another assurance. But Mr. Roth, based on what I heard, I believe that the parties are working. It appears that the parties might settle this matter, which the board encourages. And we're going to give you a significant amount of lead-in time. So we'll give you a significant amount of lead-in time. So we're not just going to say the hearing is January 6th. So you'll have a couple of weeks to, at least a couple of weeks or even a month before the hearing is scheduled for you to know that you're having it. So, but we're cognizant of that. So we will do that.
Well, I think it would be helpful to you, Mr. Chairman, to the board, to be more specific with you, if it's all right with Ms. Johannes, to just discuss the timetable that we talked about at the mediation. Is that all right with you, Sedone?
Is that okay? I believe she says yes. Go ahead. Are you? Yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Roth.
What we talked about the other day was the possibility of Ms. Johannes submitting to us a proposed agreement either late this week or perhaps early next week, and our getting back to her with some sort of response, hopefully by the end of this month or at the latest, very early January. We have no way of knowing what her response and her client's response would be to our response. So the fact that there's one of her and many of us requires, and we're into the holiday season, would require a little bit more time on our part. And, you know, there may be a little bit more time in early January for them to respond to us. That's sort of the timetable that we're on.
And Mr. Roth, thank you for bringing that to the attention of the board. As I stated before, the board supports settlements.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're saying to us that we are going to reach a settlement, even if we schedule the hearing, if all parties agree, we can postpone the date. So if we say the hearing is scheduled for January 1st, and if all parties are saying that we are working on a settlement, then all parties can jointly petition the board to postpone it. So if all parties agree, whatever date is proposed, if all parties agree to say we're going to have settlement, the board will postpone the date. We're not going to force you to have a hearing if all parties says that, if all parties basically state that we need more time. And so we're fine with that. And as I stated before, it's a lot of parties. And I believe that we will encourage this matter being settled. I've always stated in protest hearings, if you do not come to a protest hearing, at least as board chair, I do not take it personally, because it says that the folks have, either through mediation or through settlements, that they have worked out their differences. And so the only thing they want the board to do is to review the settlement agreement, and endorse a settlement agreement, and we're fine with that. So
Yeah.
I do encourage the board. We do encourage having conversations, and if we provide a date, and if the party says that okay, that's too early, we need to negotiate some further and postpone the date. The board will consider doing that if all parties are in agreement. Okay.
Understood. I was focused more on the 7-day requirement for submitting all. I think you would agree. You would want our efforts focused more on reaching
Yes.
agreements than filling out forms and assembling exhibits.
That yes, and also with a 7-day period, if all parties agree to waive the 7-day period, that can also be done.
Understood.
So, but we have to have agreements amongst the parties to say we agree to waive the 7-day. I'm not going to say no, you cannot waive the 7-day if all the parties agree that they're going to waive it. Okay.
Understood.
All right.
Thank you.
You're very welcome, and thank you for that. Anyway, so I have no other. If there are no other questions or concern, I again will inform the parties that continue speaking, and have a safe and productive holiday season. And I hope that I don't see you in the new year. And that's meant, if I don't see you in the new year, it's telling me that you were successful in coming to a mutually agreeable solution to this issue. Okay?
Thank you.
Chair, happy
Thank you
holidays to
very
you.
much, and have a great day. All right. All right. All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 20 PRO 00041, Allure Lounge, license number 108303. Miss Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the AMC and the licensee, please?
Sure, stand by.
Thank you.
Good morning. This is Joel Kelty representing ANC 6C.
Hold on 1 minute, Mr. Kelty. Hold on, please.
That's all, Mr. Chair.
All right, so good morning, everyone. Let's have the parties introduce themselves for the record with the spelling of their names, and let's start with the licensee. Can we have the licensee? You can please open up your microphone. Please open up your camera if you have one. So could the licensee please introduce him or herself for the record with the spelling of your name?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear.
Okay, this is Zerihun, Zerihun. Last name Amente.
And who are you, Mr. Amente?
This is the owner, Allure.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Wesson, can you identify yourself for the record and spell your name and your affiliation, please?
Yes, sir. My name is Brian Wesson. That's spelled Bryan. Last name Wesson. And I am the non-attorney agent for Allure.
Thank you. Mr. Kelty.
Good morning. This is Joel Kelty representing ANC 6C. My name is spelled Joel. Last name Kelty.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So this is a substantial change, games of skill endorsement. All right, so let me start with the ANC, Mr. Kelty. Are there any preliminary matters that you want to bring to the attention of to the board?
Yes, there is one. At our last hearing, I thought, agreed to combine the renewal and the substantial change. And I've heard third hand that this hearing is only about the substantial change. I just want to confirm what it is we're meeting about today and understand what happened with the combination of the two cases, because we didn't receive any notice of them not being combined.
All right. Do you know the number if both parties are in agreement that the board and I did we have a hearing, and I apologize if we did. Did we have a protest hearing status before on the Allure Lounge?
Yes.
We had one about the renewal, but not the substantial change. And I thought we were combining the two, but it seems as though we're not.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I believe that they're different. I believe that they cannot be consolidated because they're different parties in the cases. So there are different parties for this is a substantial change, and it's my understanding that for the renewal, the parties are not the same. So that's that's the reason why it cannot be consolidated. Is that your understanding? Are all the parties the same for the renewal as here in the substantial change?
No, sir. So this is Brian Weston speaking. I feel that it would be unfair to the applicant if I represented in both the game of skill change and as well as the renewal.
All right, that's fine. So as I stated before, they're different parties. They're different parties, and so because they're different parties, the board is unable to consolidate these two matters. So they're separate. They're separate cases and separate representative. It's my understanding that Mr. Wesson is a non-party representative of, a non-lawyer representative of the Allure Lounge just on the substantial change game of skill endorsement, and that he is not the representative of the establishment for the renewal. So we cannot. Although the board normally would consolidate matters if it can, in this particular case, we are unable to consolidate these matters. Is that clear to you? Is that clear?
Yes.
To you, Mr. Kelty?
That is correct. I would just ask that the board consider providing written notice of any significant changes like that to these proceedings so that we can be better prepared in the future. But I understand now. Thank you.
As I stated before, normally, if we have two cases and it's the same parties on both sides, then the board would gladly consolidate matters for economic of scale. But if the parties are not the same, then it does not. It's not something that the board can do. It does not. You cannot. It can occur. So I just. As before, if you need further clarification, I know that you have been speaking to Ms. April Randall, and I know that, and as part of my instruction, as part of the instructions, I will always refer you the parties to April Randall. But I know that Ms. Randall has been working with you, Mr. Kelty, and other parties in this case to clarify to you the positions, to clarify to you that it's impossible based on the fact that the parties are not the same in both cases, that the board is unable, that the agency cannot consolidate both cases. And so I just want to let you know, this is the final decision. These cases cannot be consolidated. And I have every confidence that the legal division from this agency will provide you, along with any member of the public, the appropriate instructions and guidance in how to pursue a protest hearing. Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And just for the avoidance of any doubt, for the purposes of the substantial change, our party with whom we are negotiating is Mr. Wesson.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You are Mr. Wesson has introduced himself, at least on the record today, as the representative of the establishment, and Mr. Wesson has represented himself on the record today that he's not an attorney, but he is a non-attorney representative of the Laura Lounge on the substantial change game of skill application. So that is a person that who I think Mr. Amonte is directing you to negotiate this matter with. All right. As far as Mr. Amonte or Mr. Wesson are concerned, are there any preliminary matters that you would like the board to address from your perspective?
This is Brian Wesson speaking here. Yes, sir, there is.
Yes, Mr.
So
Wesson.
I do feel that the renewal application is somewhat getting tied up with the game of skill substantial change. And depending on the outcome of the renewal, we may not even be doing a substantial change application. So if possible, I would like to propose staying adjudication of this game of skill application until the board rules on the separate pending renewal protest.
Well, a decision will be made because they're on different calendars. They're on different timelines. So we will have a decision. We will have a decision. Oh, well, I mean, are you asking us to, so are you making a motion that you want to withdraw, or you want to or what, tell me again, what is it that you want us to do with this game of skill application, substantial change?
So I do not want to withdraw. I believe at this point, if we did, we'd have to, now that they've officially protested, we have to wait 5 years before we reapply.
Right.
At least that's my understanding as of today.
Okay, so we can suspend this matter then until the other decision, until the board makes a decision on the renewal application, and then once that decision is made, then we can continue it. So you don't have to withdraw it, and okay. we'll just suspend this matter until a decision is made on the renewal application, and then you could then advise the board whether or not you want to move forward with the substantial change application or you want to withdraw it. So you can make that decision once that determination is made. Is that something that you'd want us to do?
If possible, yes, sir.
All right. So there's a pending motion. The motion that's been requested by Mr. Wesson is that the agency suspends its application for substantial change game of skill endorsement until such time as a decision is made on the renewal application for this establishment, which is on a different timeline. Mr. Kelty, do you have any disagreement with us suspending this substantial change application until a decision has been made on the renewal application?
No.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kelty?
No, I have no objection.
All right, thank you. With the agreement on the parties, then I make a motion. That the ABC board suspend protest number 220 PRO 00041, Laura Lounge, license number 108303, until such time as the ABC board issues a determination on the renewal application for a Laura Lounge. Unfortunately, I do not have that case number, but I know that when the board issues its decision, the case number for the renewal application will be issued. Is there a board member able to second this motion?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now take a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Ruffy Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter therefore passes 6-0-0. The board then, we will issue a formal order suspending this protest hearing in the protest hearing regarding the substantial change games of skill endorsement until such time as an order is issued on the renewal application. And once a board order has been issued on the renewal application, Mr. Wesson or Mr. Amanti, please inform the board what decision you would like the board to take on this protest case. Is it clear to all the parties where we are?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Right. If there are no other questions, thank you very much for your participation today and have a great day. And you can stay on the line, Mr. Wesson, since I believe that you're also on the other case. Okay, so thank you very much. All right. Thank you. All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 20, PRO 00040, Bar Elena DC, license number 86320. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee and the protestant, please?
Sure, I'll take a moment to remove the rights of the parties from the last case.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's all, Mr. Chair.
All right. All right. Let's have what I will ask is for the licensee to introduce him or herself, or the licensee's representative introduce him or herself for the record.
Yes, sir. My name is Brian Wesson, spelled B-R-Y-A-N, last name W-E-S-S-O-N, and I am the non-attorney agent for Bar Elena.
Now, do we have the ANC representative on the line?
He is not on the line.
Can you
sorry,
also...
I just received the message in the chat. I'll elevate their rights right now.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. This is Joel Kelty again, Commissioner for ANC 6C.
All right, thank you. I apologize for that, Mr. Kelty. All right. Are there any preliminary matters? Mr. Wesson, are there any preliminary matters in the case? I'm asking you first to find out if, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, sir. So as of last night at 7:38 p.m., it came to my attention that Bar Elena will be going out of business.
Are they going out of business permanently? Are they? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's my. I understand. I haven't been able to get full details at this point. It's my understanding that they are permanently going out of business.
So, do you want to? All right, and if you're not, and I'm not going to give you legal advice, and although I'm a lawyer and you're not a lawyer, so do you want to withdraw the application? Do you want to suspend the application? What is it that you want the board to do in this case?
So if it's acceptable to the board, I would like to suspend the application until I can get further details. And then I can reach out to the board if that's acceptable with what is going on in regards to the location.
Okay. Mr. Kelty, there's a motion being made by Mr. Wesson to suspend the application for the substantial change application game of skill application pending further determination from the ownership whether or not this place will be permanently closed or whether or not this licensee will have a temporary pause in its operation.
The ANC's preference would be that the application be withdrawn and resubmitted if they feel they need to in the future.
And why does it? I'm just asking you, why is that the position of the ANC?
We're all volunteers, and we've got plenty of work tracking all of the other ABRA-related business in our ANC, and to be able to mark this one as off for the time being would be helpful. I think that's also past practice, but I'm not sure.
All right. Well, what I'm going to suggest to the board, as a courtesy, I did ask your opinion, but what I'm going to suggest to the board, unless you formally file a motion, to the agency for the agency to dismiss this matter, I'm going to make a motion to the board for us to suspend this game of skill endorsement application until Mr. Weston is able to provide further clarity to the board whether or not they will withdraw it or it will remain in suspension. And one of the only reasons I'm suggesting that we do that, Mr. Weston, is that COVID is, unfortunately, because of our new reality of COVID, there are businesses that are either going out of business, there has some temporary closure, and we don't know what tomorrow holds. So because this is not what was considered regular time, I'm going to have a little bit more flexibility in dealing with businesses so we can find out what are their long-term plans are. And I'm not sure, at least for this business, its long-term plan. Mr. Wesson, he's not giving me, since he's not the owner, and he says it is my understanding, and he hasn't said to me that the owner has specifically stated to me that he is closing and he does not want to pursue this matter anymore. I believe that given COVID, that the better route to take this morning is to suspend this matter, and they will let us know. Of course, if this matter moves forward, you will be given notice of what is occurring. So we're not gonna, the agency would not would not just say to you, so we'll give you proper notice to move forward. So as I said before, Mr. Weston, he's just the rep, and he has stated it was just his understanding without giving us some direct information. So my motion then to the board is that the agency suspend the substantial change game of skill application in case number 20 PRO 00040 bar Elena DC, license number 86320. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We will now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. So the ABC board then has moved to suspend the substantial change game of skill application for the Elena DC matter. I want to thank both parties for their presentation today. And if there is no other question, this case is concluded.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to the board.
Thank you. And with this, we have now concluded our morning agenda, and the board will now go into executive session, and we will reconvene at 1:30 p.m. Thank you very much. The board will now go into executive session. Thank you. Bye-bye. All right, we're back on the record. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the ABC Board. We have our afternoon hearings. And before we get underway, and I would let you I want to introduce the parties. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. With us today are 5 other members of the board, which is Ms. Rafi Crockett, Mr. Bobby Cato, Ms. Jenny Henson, Mr. James Short, and Mr. Ed Grandis. The board has 6 members in participation for this hearing this afternoon, and we do have a quorum to conduct business. So before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, with this afternoon's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 7 scheduled cases on our calendar for the afternoon. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for our IT specialist. Can I ask all board members to mute their phone, please? Thank you. Yeah, once your case is called, I will take a moment for our IT specialist to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to engage your equipment. If your case is not being heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature or email simone.andrews2@dc.gov. All right, our first order of business for this afternoon is a protest hearing status case number 20 PRO 00042 Fountain Inn, license number 116996. This hearing is canceled due to the approval of a settlement agreement. See board order number 2020-345. The next case on our calendar is case number 20 PRO 00046 Apparel DC, license number 116925. And Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee and the protestant in this case, please?
Sure, stand by.
Thank you.
That's all, Mr. Chair. If there are any parties that belongs to this case and your rights have not been elevated, please use the chat to acknowledge yourself.
Right. Thank you. All right. Can everyone, the folks whose rights have been elevated, if you have That case is later on in the, that case is later on the calendar. For the folks who have, someone placed something in the chat, and just want to let them know that that case is later on on the calendar. So just hold on. We will. I have not called that case as yet. All right. So for the folks whose rights have been elevated, if you have a camera, please turn your camera on, but also please unmute your telephone, your microphone. All right. So for Apera, let's an application for a new license. Can we have the licensee please identify yourself for the record and also spell your name, please?
Yeah.
Can I have the licensee identify themselves for the record? Just please spell your first and last name, please.
Are they calling? Oh, there's Ellie. I mean, I see she's muted. Sorry, this is Ezra Glass. I'm the landlord. I see Ellie is the licensee. She was muted. Oh, there you go. She's on now.
I don't know if, sorry, I didn't have privileges at first.
Hold on a minute, all right. Who is the licensee for Apero?
I am, that's Ellie Benjamin.
Can you spell your first and last name, please?
Yeah, it's Elizabeth with 2 L's, Elizabe, Enchimol.
Okay, how do you pronounce it, please, just to help me?
Just like it's spelled.
But no, and I'm having some trouble hearing you. I try my best to pronounce people's name. That's why I always ask. But anyway, Ellie Benchmel, you're the owner of the establishment. I heard someone say that they were the landlord. I mean, who's that?
Hi, my name is Ezra Glass. I'm the landlord.
How do you spell your name, sir?
Ezra, E-Z-R-A, is the first name, and the last name is Glass, G-L-A-S-S.
All right. So who is the protestant? Could the protestants please identify themselves for the record, please?
Hi, this is Gwendolyn Lowe's from ANC 2E.
Could you spell your name for the record, please?
Sure, Gwendolyn, Gwendolyn Lowe's, Lohse, and I'm ANC Commissioner for ANC 2E06.
Who else is on the line regarding this matter? Please identify yourself for the record, please.
Richard Murphy, also from ANC 2E, but Commissioner Lose will take the lead on this matter.
That is fine. Who else is on the line? I see Karen Cruz. Who's Karen Cruz? Does anyone know who Karen Cruz is?
Yeah, we should have the Citizens Association of Georgetown joining, as well as some abutting property neighbors.
Okay, I'm on. Hi, I'm Karen Cruz. I represent the Citizens Association of Georgetown.
And who are the abutting property neighbors? I'm sorry, who are the property owners?
Robert, are you on? I did speak with them earlier, and they're planning on joining.
Hold on 1 minute, please. Ms. Benchmill, who is protesting your liquor license, your license, ma'am?
I can look up their names. Sorry, I don't have.
I'm just saying what organizations. I'm want to make sure that I know who the protestants are. I don't necessarily have all the information who all the protestants are, so I want to make sure that all the protestants are representative, and if representative of the protestant is not. If someone is protesting this matter, and if they have not been identified, If they have not been identified, and if they're not being identified, then they will be dismissed. So I need to find out who all the protestants are, and they need to identify themselves. If they do not identify themselves, I'm going to motion for the board to dismiss them. So who are the protestants, ma'am, from your perspective?
I'm sorry, I was copied on the email. Memorized, I apologize, but I can get it in a moment.
Sure. Who is Byrne? Does anybody know that person, Megan Byrne? Miss Byrne, what case are you here for? I see that you're putting information on the chat. Can you just in the chat, can you say what case that you believe you're online for? If you say what case you believe you are online for, then Miss Andrews will elevate your rights if you're for this case. All right, so Miss Andrews, is this establishment in Georgetown?
Yes, it is.
Okay, Miss Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of Miss Byrne? I believe that there's a Miss Byrne on the line. She said she's protesting a liquor license in Georgetown.
Sure. Stand by.
Mr. Chairman, just to clear, this is Rick Murphy from ANC2E. You've actually got cases back to back that involve licenses in Georgetown, so that could be causing some confusion. ANC2E is protesting both the Apero application and the Super Investments or Logan Circle Liquors application, which comes next.
Well, I don't know. I don't know who the protestants are by name, and so therefore, I need to be told who the protestants are, because if they're not online, they will be dismissed. And so therefore, I need to know who the protestants are, so therefore we can elevate their rights. Because if they're not online, I'm going to motion that and they're going to be dismissed from the case. And so I know that this is somewhat unorthodox. So we are all operating in doing this by video. So normally I'm in the office, I have all the information in front of me. And so I'm dependent on getting information from at least the parties know who they're negotiating with. So that's why I'm asking them if bench.
So this is Gwendolyn Lowe's, the other ANC commissioner for Apero, for the abutting neighbors who I knew were joining. We had the Robert Young is a protestant for Apero, and then also Richard Stout, the Stouts and the Yans, and I spoke with them earlier and they're planning on joining. Maybe they had technical difficulties.
You said Richard who?
Stout, S-T-O-U-T, and Robert Yan, Y-A.
James Ryan. James Yan.
James, yeah.
All right, so you said James. I'm sorry, you said James Young?
Yan, Y-A-H-N.
And Richard who?
Stout, S-T-O-U-T. And they both are having technical difficulties. I'm emailing them, getting in.
Okay, fine. We'll wait then we'll wait to get them in. All right.
Yeah.
Now, Miss Megan Byrne, do you know what case that you are here for?
Okay. Yeah, I'll call. Yeah.
Hi, sorry. Apologies for my confusion. I am here for, I think it's the only number I have as a reference, ABRA 86950. Am I in the wrong place?
Oh, no, you're for the next case.
Okay.
So you're for the
apologies.
next case. So you can get off the line, but stay.
Okay.
So Miss Andrews,
yeah.
please,
Ms. Byrne, I'm gonna disable your rights, but you can stay online, okay?
We
Perfect,
also,
thank you.
yep, for Apero, we also have another, another protester who's on, and he's emailing Ms. Randall. He's on the phone and he has a technical difficulty.
no, he's not supposed to email Miss Randall. Email Miss Simon.
Okay,
He has been acknowledged. His line is now unmute.
Okay. It's all right.
List, if you need all the names now, I apologize. It took me a moment to find it.
Yes, what are the names, ma'am?
It's Sivash Kumari, Robert
How do you spell that, please?
M-A-R-A-I-E is the last name. First name is Siavash, S-I-A-V-A-S-H. And Robert Jan and Lacey Huber.
You're breaking up, so I can't hear you.
Huber was the one that wasn't mentioned yet. H-U-B-E-R. First name Lacey, L-A-C-E-Y. Johnson, just like it's spelled and sounds. O-H-N.
Essential, your microphone is I'm having some difficulties hearing from you. So, but let me ask you, does Miss Loesch, do you have a list of all the protestants?
I do.
Who are all the protestants, ma'am, from your perspective?
I'm gonna start in with the list right here. We've got Robert Stout.
Okay.
S-T-O-U-T.
Okay.
We have Linda Yan, Y-A-H-N.
Okay.
We have, and I'm not pronouncing his name right, but Sumer Kamari.
How do you spell the last name, please?
It is, hold on. It is K-O-O-H-M-A-R-I-R-A-I-E.
Okay.
We have Lacey Huber, L-A-C-E-Y. Huber, H-U-B-E-R.
All right.
An Andrew Johnson.
Okay.
And we also have a number of, hold on.
Hey, Gwen, weren't some of those already dismissed?
I'm also getting information from our legal office also. So, but who
Yeah, I think that some of those. I think some of those were already dismissed.
Okay, when you're speaking,
Those should all be on the, and we have the Mr. Yan and Mrs. Yan. You've got them. 3 abutting is the Stout, the Yans, and the Kumaris.
All right.
And we don't have, April's been the one emailing the protestants, April from your office, so I think that's why they're emailing her.
Okay, fine. All right, but I'm saying okay, fine. That's fine. And I'm trying to get some clarification from the legal office too. So, but the reason why I'm saying this is that as my instructions, Miss Andrews is our IT person, and so therefore I'm just saying, I assume that folks were online, and if they're having some issues getting online, then you contact the IT person or you put something in the chat. And so, but we'll wait I'll get a listing of all the protestants, because especially for the abutting property owners, if they don't show up today, then they will be dismissed. So that's one of the reasons why I need to know that if they're having technical difficulties, then I'm not going to dismiss them. But if they're
And the three abutting property owners are emailing me right now and saying they are having technical difficulties. They can't hear my voice. We obviously can't
okay,
hear
that's
them.
fine.
They're on the phone line right now.
Oh, that's fine. All right.
If you want me to connect them to someone, I can. Just let me know who.
They can email Simone, SIMONE .Andrews, ANDREWS, the number 2 at dc.gov. If they email her, she's our IT person. If they email her, she can get them connected.
All right, I've just
Mr.
connected them.
Chair, I'm assisting Mr. and Mrs. Yan. Can I have 5 minutes?
That's fine. Thank you very much, Ms. Andrews.
Thanks, you guys. This is a difficult circumstance for all.
It's workable. I mean, this is our third week of doing protest here in Status, and it's working. So
Yeah, no, it is. It'll work. But thanks for being patient. They're trying.
We're trying, so it's fine. I just want to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to be heard, and I don't want someone to be left out because they're having technical difficulties. So we will work out the technical difficulties to ensure that they participate in these hearings. All right. hold on a minute, please.
Yeah.
All right. All right. All right. These are. Can I have everyone's attention, please? These are the protestants that need to identify themselves. We have Karen Cruz, who is from the Citizens Association of Georgetown. So we have Ms. Cruz, the Citizens Association of Georgetown, available. Ms. Kushmeri, is Ms. Kushmeri here? Can she identify herself? Or the last name is Koohmarie, a budding property owner.
Yes, that's me. That's Siavash Kumar. Can you hear me right now?
Is that person available? Can you please identify yourself?
Yes, this is Siavash Kumar, if you can hear me.
Okay, yes. All right. What about Robert Stout? Can Robert Stout please identify himself? What about Mr. and Mrs. Pond? I think I'm. YAHN is the spelling of the last name. Are they available? YAHN is the last name.
They're still trying to get in, and this is Gwen Lowe's from the ANC. They're living my SMD, and they're still trying to get in.
Who is trying to get in, ma'am?
The Yahns, YAHN.
They're trying to get in?
Yes, they are.
All right. What about Lucy Hubner? Have we heard anything from HUBNER? All right. Ms. Lush, you're saying that the Yans are trying to get in. My IT person said that they're unresponsive on Yahoo. What is it that they're trying to do to get in? Because our IT person is trying to contact them on Yahoo, and they're not responding. So what's the issue?
Would it be helpful? I don't know if this is allowed or proper. I could put them on my phone.
If you can put them on your phone and get them online, that's fine. If you're able to connect them, that's fine.
Let me see. Okay, I have them on the phone. Linda, I have you on the phone right now, you and your husband. These are the Jans. Right now, I'm on the line. They can see me and I'm holding my phone up.
All right.
With you on it. And the ABRA commissioners are on here. Thank you.
All right. Okay. All right, that's fine. What about Robert Stout?
He's trying to get through too. He couldn't get through.
I'm sorry. Is there Robert Stout anywhere there?
He's
trying to get through on his line. I'll call him and tell him to call you.
He's trying to get through as well, and he can't get through.
I'm going to call him from my cell phone and see if I can get hold of him. I'm going to try that stuff trying to get him. This is Robert John. I'm on the line.
Can you guys hear Robert?
I'm going to have them identify themselves, so that's fine.
Do you have Gwendolyn Losey's number? They're trying to get a hold of it. They just got a hold of us. She called and used her phone. You don't have her phone number. I'm not sure what number you're supposed to call.
Miss Lois, why don't you put your microphone on mute while you talk to them, please? So we don't hear that background information. That's for your own protection. That's what I meant. Okay. All right. So the only person we're looking for is Robert Stout. That's the only person that's missing. And so if Robert
Also, Hubert is missing too.
No, hold on. No, hold on a minute. Hold on. Oh yes, yeah, because it was Andrew Johnson and the group of three were dismissed. So yes, so we're looking for Lacey. Yes, so I'm looking for Huber.
Sending Miss Lacey for our last mediation meeting.
All right, okay. I'm waiting for Stout and Hubner. That's what I'm waiting for.
Robert Jan is representing Lacey, and he's on this phone right here.
Well, hold on. Did Robert Jan?
Jim, yeah.
I'm sorry. Who did? Hold on a minute. Hold on, please. Hold on. Did Lacey Hubner? Did Lacey Hubner advise the agency that they will not participate today and that Robert Jan is representing them?
Correct.
Who did they advise and when?
He advised them at
Commission building.
I can't hear what he said he did.
Let me repeat what the Yans just said. That the Hubers gave the Yans their representation at the last mediation meeting.
No, that's not the question. I mean, where did they give that to? Was that information provided in writing to us? Because
Robert,
I'm
have you?
looking at what's
A joint telephone call in the presence of Ms. Fletcher, and all of the principals there at the meeting today should have heard that at that point. It was done verbally.
Robert, the answer is that he's saying it was done verbally, not in writing.
right. You have to if you're not going to show up today, you have to put something in writing to the agency to let us know that you're not going to come. You are unable to appear, and this person will be your representative. So if they never provided
Of the mediation meeting, it should be in the minutes of that.
all right, sir, I'm reading. Okay, I read. This body. The parties appeared before the ABC board all right, I'm reading the last. All right, this is what the ABC board did. We dismissed. Andrew Johnson did not appear at roll call, and there's a group of 3 individuals because they did not constitute a group at roll call. And I don't see, so there was really no issue with representation. And so if there is nothing in writing to the ABC board that the Hubers are, I'm sorry, that Lacey Hubner is, I'm sorry, who is representing who again? I'm sorry. Who's on the phone again with you, Miss Lush? I'm sorry.
The Yans, the YAHN, the Yans are on, and they have in writing they represented the Stouts, STOU, and they were representing the Hubers. And I don't know if it's in writing. That's how they took care of it. They're saying they did it verbally.
Well, that's not sufficient. I don't have anything in writing.
Roll call hearing.
So Robert, do you have an email from Lacey representing, saying you're representing?
No, this is not, no.
I don't.
Call hearing. Ms. Fletcher should be able to attend.
That's not how it works, Robert.
Listen to me, please.
We were not advised it had to be in writing. Nobody advised us that it had to be in writing. If they did,
I'm going to ask you to hold on. I'm going to ask you to let them speak to you and you represent them. However, this is the way it works. If you're not going to be at a hearing today, you need to send something to the ABC board to say, I am unable to participate in the hearing today. However, I am asking that Ms. Loesch to be my representative, and that needs to be sent into the agency prior to the hearing. If that was not done in this particular case, if no written communication came into the agency to say at this status hearing, I am not going to be there because I have a previous commitment. However, Ms. Loesch or John or some other person can represent me is my representative of at the hearing. Therefore, that's not done. So
I understand that, and I'm doing my best to connect the people that are having trouble on it. So
Ms. Loesch, Ms. Loesch, you're doing a wonderful job. I know that the Hans are on the phone. The only people who are not on the phone today are the Stout and the Hubner. It's mine, the Stout and the Hubner group. they do not have an issue getting on. Their issue is that they thought that the Hans could represent them. That's what I'm hearing. And so because they did not provide, so I'm going to make a motion to the board because Robert Stout and Lacey Hubner did not provide because Robert Stout and Lacey Hubner did not provide advance notice to the ABC board that they were unable to participate and that they are designating someone else as their representative, I am going to make a motion to the board that their protest be dismissed.
I second. Mr. Short, I second.
Robert Stout is trying to get on the phone. I've gotten emails from him. He says he can't get on. I don't.
Like when we couldn't get on.
It's this, and they're saying the Stouts are on the phone and saying that Robert's having the same problem that they are.
What type of problem is it having? Everyone else is getting on. What type of problem are they having getting on?
We call and they say the number's not balanced.
What is the call-in number? What is the call-in number for this? For Miss Andrews, what is the call-in number for?
We tried two numbers. 202.
Okay, so the call-in number is Okay, the call-in number is 650-497-3208.
All right, the call-in number for this hearing is 650-497-3208. Can you, Ms. Lausch, can you give that number to the Stout, to the Hans, and to Mr. Hubner, that they can use that call-in number, and when they call in, we will elevate their rights.
Okay.
That's all needs to be done.
And
This is Ezra Glass again. Mrs. Hubert is not trying to get on right now. She's not in that group. Only Roger Stout was. Mrs. Hubert did not attend and thought that the Jans could attend, like you were saying before.
As I stated, I gave the call-in number.
Yeah.
If they don't call in, I'm going to dismiss them.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'm sorry, who was that speaking?
That was Ezra Glass, just checking back in here.
Oh, okay. I can't see you, so I don't know who's speaking. That's why. And I think Ms. Loesch is having some technical difficulties. Ms. Andrews, I think someone just put it on the chat that was not the correct number. So is there another number? If our IT specialist says that's the number, I'm not quite sure how someone else is saying that's not the correct number.
I think it may be 479.
Mr. Chair, the phone number, we have a local phone number. So I just emailed Mr. Stout. I also emailed both the Jans from 2 different email addresses. I provided the link, the local call-in number, and the standard call-in number. Once they call the number, they will be asked to provide an access code. The access code was also included in the email. I will repeat the standard call-in number, and I will also give you the access code. The standard call-in number is 650-479-3208. The access code is 180-322-1020.
Do I need to repeat Do I need to repeat the information again?
They're asking for it to be repeated again.
Okay, the access,
Sure.
the local call-in number is 650-479-3208. The access code is 180-322-1020.
Okay, do you guys have that? Okay, I'll send it to you, okay? I'm gonna just send it to you. I have sent them all this phone number and password. I'm not sure why they're having trouble, but I know they are getting my emails, so I've resent it.
We're not getting your message.
And you text them.
Are you still on?
I am. So Mr. Kumari has sent you the dial-in, and I've sent you the dial-in.
Have you just sent it? Because it's not coming up on me. Is it coming up with you guys on the computer? No. It's not coming up.
I'm gonna I'll repeat.
I'm sorry for people who are on the line who have some time constraint, but this is like you go to court. Everyone is scheduled for like a 1:30 hearing, and your case will be called in order. And so I do apologize that if folks have to leave. In this particular case, if you're on the line and if you cannot stay, please put in the chat or send an email to say what case you were here for and that you were here. So when I call the case, if you're not online, but if I have written communication that you were here and that you have to leave, I'm not gonna ask the board to dismiss your protest. I understand that people might have to leave work. I also understand that people might have childcare issues. So if for other cases that this afternoon, and I know that someone had asked for another case be pushed up. I'm not going to do that because that's jumping two cases further. But what I'll ask you to do, if I want you to be here, but if you have some pressing obligation where you cannot be, I need you to put in the chat what case you're here for who you are and that you had to leave. And I will make sure that I will review the chat to see. So when I call the case, and I will look in the chat. If your name is not on the chat and if you're not on the line, I will dismiss you from the protest. Is it clear to everyone? I'll say it one more time. If you're online and your case has not been called, and if you have a pressing emergency why you have to leave, identify yourself on the chat and also state what case you are here for, and that when you and let me know when you left the line. If that is not there, and when I call your case, if you're not on the line, or if there are no comments in the chat line to say that you are on the line and that you had to leave, I will make a motion for the board to dismiss your case. Is that clear with everyone? I know that this case is taking a little bit longer, but of course, as you see, there are technical issues that some folks are having. And so therefore, I am trying to work to give an opportunity for everyone who needs to be on this case to be on this case. So that's why this is taking much longer than, that's why this is taking a little bit longer than I had anticipated, okay? But I will make sure that I will personally review the chat to see if when I call the case, if that person is not here, I will look to see if that person was here and that they had to leave because of childcare obligations, okay? All right. Do we have, so going back to the Aparo case, are the Yawns online? Is Robert Stout online? And what about Hubner? And Miss Loesch is gone, so I don't know what's going on.
Mrs. Loesch is still there. I see her logged in.
Yeah, I know, but she was not. I know she was.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
I appreciate it.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Stout is on the line. I just elevated his rights.
Thank you. So we're just waiting for Lucy Hubner. I'm fine with the Yawns.
No, we're just waiting for the Yawns.
What about, I'm okay with it. If the Yawns cannot get online, I know that they're there, so I'm fine. What about Lucy Hubner? Has anyone heard from Lucy Hubner? If I don't hear anything for Lucy Hubner, I am going to dismiss that person. I see that there are a lot of folks from Handler 19 who said that they have to leave. In order for the group to be given stand-in, we need 4 additional people who were not at the roll call hearing. So the folks who are saying that they have to leave, I need you to state whether or not you were at the roll call hearing. So I need 4 new people who were not at the roll call hearing. So the folks who are putting information in the chat that they're leaving, they need to say, I was not at the roll call hearing, or yes, I was at the roll call hearing, because I'm going to check that on the on the list from the roll call hearing to see who was or was not there. So just as an FYI. All right. Okay. All right. So you can do that. So I'm going to call Miss Lewis before I make a motion to dismiss Miss Huebner. Have you heard from Lucy Huebner?
I have heard from her in the past. I have not heard from her today.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. All right, I'm going to make a motion that the ABC board dismiss the protest for the abutting property owner, Lucy Huebner. Is there a second?
Short seconds.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. I'll take a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Ruffy Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson agrees. The matter passed 6-0-0, so we will dismiss Mr. Huebner from the protest hearing. So these are the protestants then in this matter. It is the Citizens Association of Georgetown. It is do we have, could I have Miss Kohmarie, I'm sorry, identify themselves, please.
Yes, this is Siavash Kohmarie.
Spell your first and last name for me, please, sir.
Siavash. Last name is Kohmarie, Kohmarie.
Okay, fine. Mr. Stout, can you identify yourself for the record, please? Mr. Stout, can you turn your open your microphone and introduce yourself for the record, please? Mr. Stout. All right, although I think Mr. Stout is having some technical difficulties, however, I can see in front of me that Robert Stout has identified himself as participating in this matter. I don't know what issues, but I can see in front of me. So Mr. Stout remains a protestant in this matter, and the ANC. So those are the protestants in this case. Again, I want the record to reflect that the protestants in this case are the Citizens Association of Georgetown, Mr. Kohmarie, Mr. Stout, the Yawns. I know that the Yawns are there because they're on the phone. So yes, I know that the Yawns are there. So they remain parties. I'll take your word for it, Ms. Lausch, that you are a public official, and so the representation that you're making is that you have the Yawns on your cell phone because they're having some issues, and that's fine. And the ANC. All right, so that's clear who the parties are. So now you
Mr. Chair, what about Johnson?
The parties are in this case. Is that clear to you?
Mr. Chair, what about Johnson?
They were dismissed. They were dismissed because they did not. They were dismissed because they were not at the roll call. So the Johnson was dismissed, and the group was dismissed. So the parties that the names I read off was from a previous order that was issued by the ABC board, who the protestants were in this case. The reason why Larry Huebner was dismissed as a protestant is because Lucy Huebner is not on this call today, nor did Lucy Huebner provide written notice in advance to the ABC board that someone else was representing them. It's my understanding that at the mediation hearing at roll call, that Huebner had designated someone else to represent them during mediation only, not at the status hearing today. Okay, so I just want the record to reflect that the designation was just for mediation. It was not to say that this person would represent us at the roll call hearing. I'm sorry, at the status hearing. It is clear to all parties that you have to, if you protest a matter, you have to show up at the roll call hearing, and you have to show up at the first status hearing. If you do not show up at the roll call hearing, you get suspended, you get dismissed. And unless you provide reasonable notice why you did not appear at the status hearing, you get dismissed. And reasonable notice has not been provided to the agency by Lucy Hubner that there is some reason for them not to appear here today. All right. If you're unable to use the chat function, just raise your hand, and I think that Miss Andrews will try to get in contact with you, or send an email to Miss Andrews. It's simone.andrews2@dc.gov. If I understand that some people don't know how to use the chat, but I think you can send an email. If you send her an email, I know that before this hearing is over, that I will know that you are or are not there, okay? All right, so let's get, now that we've had the procedural issues taken care of, are there, Ms. Benchmill, are there any preliminary issues that you need to be bringing to the board's attention? Any issues that you want to bring to the board attention?
What we have at this time, no, we're just
Okay.
participating and waiting.
All right. Oh, hold on. What about Ms. Andrews? Can you do me a favor, please? Can you post your email address in the chat, please? All right. All right. What about the Citizens Association Georgetown? Is there any preliminary issue that you want to bring to the board's attention?
No, not at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. What about Mr. Coolmary? And I apologize if I'm not doing a good job, sir, of pronouncing your name. Do you have a preliminary matter that you would like to bring to the board's attention?
Not at this point.
All right, thank you. What about Mr. Stout? Any preliminary matters that you want to bring to the attention? I see Mr. Stout is he's there, but he's still having some issues because I see his name there. His microphone is not enabled, and neither is his camera. What about
using the chat feature because something is wrong with his mic?
Okay, all right. So he has put something in the chat. All right, let me see. If I didn't know how to use technology before, I'm definitely learning today. All right. All right. All right. And the last person is Ms. Losh. Are there any preliminary matters you want to bring to our attention?
None.
Okay, thank you. All right.
The yawns want to be asked.
The Yan, Mr. and Mrs. Yan, are there any preliminary matters you would like to bring to my attention, please?
We respectfully object to the dismissal of
I cannot hear.
Huber on the ground that the writing communication requirement was not made known to either her or us. Thank you.
I'm going to repeat that
Yes,
for
please.
you. They respectfully challenge the dismissal of Lacey Humer because they didn't know they had to put it in writing. They thought it was in the minutes.
The minutes stated this is the information that was provided to me, okay? The transcript of the roll call says that the Yon would represent Stout and Hubner only at mediation, nothing more than that. That is what the transcript from mediation stated, okay? The transcript from mediation state that the Yons would represent Stout and Hubner only at mediation. That is what the transcript for mediation stated, okay? The transcript from roll call, that's all. It did not, if the transcript, so therefore, in all of this going on, we were able to review the transcript from the roll call. And that's what the transcript stated. Yes, the Yons are representing, the Hubner was representing Stout and Hubner only at mediation. It did not state that they would represent them today, okay? I want it to be clear from my perspective what's going on. So, all right, thank you. All right. And the reason why I'm looking at my phone, because I'm doing a lot of communication at the same time to make sure that I'm on top of this and that I'm giving incorrect information. All right. All right. This matter will be scheduled for a protest hearing at a date to be determined, okay? So because of COVID, we believe that early in the new year, we will provide the parties with a date certain for the protest hearing. What the board, I know there's a lot of protestants in this case, and what the board would, and this is a new license, and so if this is a matter that can be settled, I would say to the parties, please communicate and try to reach settlement. If the parties are unable to reach settlement, then we're going to have a hearing. But my position is that this is the Georgetown neighborhood. This is your neighborhood. If you believe that you want this establishment to exist in Georgetown, then I believe that there can be some middle ground reached. And that's something that I will support if you can do that. If you can't do that, then we'll have a hearing and then the board will make a decision. But I prefer if the parties, if settlement can be reached, I support that because at least this is in your neighborhood and you can mutually agree on the terms that would be beneficial for all parties, okay? All right, now that we have scheduled this matter for protest hearing, there are a few things that I would like to instruct you about so that the protest hearing is focused and addresses only those issues that are being protested. You either have already received or will soon be receiving an email from Imani Moreland that contains a copy of the protest information form PIP and a copy of an exhibit form. Both parties are required, all the parties are required to complete and submit the protest information form PIP and the exhibit form at least 7 days before the date of the hearing. If we do not receive a copy of your forms 7 days before the hearing, your application or your protest may be subject to dismissal. These documents not only need to be submitted to IBRA, but to the opposing parties as well. Please know that all documents greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point during the hearing. Each side will have 90 minutes to protest this case. This includes all direct and cross-examination witnesses. The board does not intend to hear testimony on matters that are not relevant to these issues that are being protested, nor will the board tolerate repetitive testimony. I know if this goes to a hearing, there are a lot of parties. There are a lot of parties who have jurisdiction. And if each side is given 90 minutes, we're going to be here all day. So if there is some way that we can, if we go to a hearing, that the parties can get together and figure out what are the salient points for them, that would be great. But I think it would be much better if the parties can agree to a settlement, if the parties determine that this is a business that we want to operate in Georgetown. However, we want to put some terms on its operation. Okay. I thank everyone for being here today. I know it has been frustrating for some folks because of technology, but unfortunately, COVID-19 has forced us to accelerate this type of technology. I wish everyone a happy holiday season. If I don't see you in the new year, I will not take it personally, because that will tell me that you had enough time to think about it and you came to a settlement agreement. So everyone have a great holiday season, and please remain safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and
You're very welcome.
patience.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. The next case on our calendar is case number 20 PRO 00045, Logan Circle Liquors, license number 86950. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Sure, stand by. Mr. Jackson, your rights have been elevated. I'm not sure how to pronounce, but Mr. or Miss Ketema, your rights have been elevated. Ms. Vita, rights have been elevated. Ms. Brunel, your rights have been elevated. Ms. Byron, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Lantner, your rights have been elevated. Ms. Rutledge, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Watkins, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Murphy, your rights have been elevated. Ms. Cruz, your rights have been elevated. And that's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews. All right. I would like the parties to introduce themselves. I will start with the licensee. Can you please identify yourself and spell your name and your affiliation?
Jeff Jackson representing.
I see that you stepped away from the camera, Mr. Jackson. I'm sorry?
Jeff Jackson representing the applicant.
All right, is the licensee on the line with you?
Yes,
Who is the licensee? Can the licensee identify himself?
I just saw him, Mr. Singh.
I'm sorry, who is the licensee?
Singh, S-I-N-G-H.
Is the licensee on the line?
Yes, he is. I just saw
Can the
him.
licensee please identify? Can the licensee please speak? And
I just saw him. I'm trying to see him again.
all right, but all right. Mr. Jackson, if I don't, but I know that I know you have the representative. So who's the licensee?
Mr. Singh, he was on the line just a few minutes.
That's
picture
fine,
was
Mr.
appearing.
What's his first and last name, Mr. Jackson? What's his first and last name? Mr. Jackson, what
Right
is
there.
the
There you go,
person's
right
first-
there.
Well, can Mr. Singh please speak up? I don't see him, so I don't know. So,
Oh,
can the licensee identify themselves for the record?
Yeah, Mr. Itzaganat G. Katama.
Sir, you have been in front of my face this entire time, and I've been asking you to identify yourself, and you haven't said nothing. So
Yeah,
can you please?
Mr. Itzaganat Katama. I am the owner of the business.
Can you please spell your first name and please spell your last name, sir?
Okay, my first name is ETSEGENET It's Itzaganat Katama.
Thank you, sir. You've been there the entire time, and I've been asking you to identify yourself, and you just sat there and didn't say nothing.
Yeah, yes, I didn't hear you correctly. That's why I thought you were talking to somebody else.
Thank you, sir.
I apologize for that.
All right. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's let me have the. Hold on a minute, please. All right, so let me have the ANC represent themselves. Is there? Let
Rick
have the
Murphy.
ANC representative, please.
Yes, Rick Murphy, ANC 2E. I represent single member District 3 in ANC 2E.
Okay, thank you. What about the Citizens Association of Georgetown?
Good afternoon, Karen Cruz, representing the Citizens Association.
And what about then we have the group of 5 or more? Who is the designated? The designee for the group. Who's representing the group? Can we have the group members?
Okay.
Can someone from the group speak? There's a lot of folks on the line. Can you just open your microphone and speak, please?
Yes, Nicole Vican is the representative for the group. She appears to be having a technology problem.
Nicole who?
Vican, V-I-K-A-N.
Who else is who is here else for the group?
Hello? Hello?
I'm sorry, who? Identify yourself, please.
Yes, I am from Wondermart. My name is Adanich. I'm an agent. Hello? I'm going to
Who are you? Can you spell your name and who are you?
Yes. My name is Adanich, A-D-A-N-E-C-H. And last name, G-B-E-S-K-E-L. I'm from Wondermart.
No, I'm sorry, miss. You're not for this case. I have not called your case just yet. So, Miss So Miss Adamich, this is not the one. This is not for that case. So I need you. I need you to take off your microphone. I have not called your cases yet. Okay.
Hello?
So I have not called your cases yet. All right.
This is Stephen Lintner, Mr. Anderson, and there are people from our neighborhood who are working on this, and the participants are Nicole Vicon, who has been online. There is also Sue Rutledge, who's been online. There is Tarleton Watkins, who has been online. So we have people online and they have been waiting the whole time. So I just think there's a technology problem at the moment, sir.
All right, that's fine. I mean, in this particular case, the group was given standing at the roll call hearing. So we're fine as long as we have a designated, as long as we have someone who's speaking for the group, we're fine. There's some cases where, like, the abutting property owner had to be there because there was no, as long as we have the representative from the group, then we're fine. But so if anyone else wants to identify themselves, if they're able to identify themselves for the record, please go ahead. All right. Give me 1 minute, please. Okay. Hold on 1 minute, please. All right, I'm back. I apologize. All right.
Mr. Anderson, this is Stephen Littner. Mr. Anderson, we also have one other person from the group that's online that you saw earlier on the screen, and this is Megan Byrne, MEAGHANBYRNE, who's also with us from the local neighbors.
All right. All right. So thank you, Mr. Littner. All right. All right.
And Ms. Vicon can hear now. She's connected again.
All right. So all the group members they have been identified. All the folks who want to identify themselves, they have been. Mr. Jackson,
yes.
Yes. Mr. Jackson, please engage your camera. I mean, I need you. Okay. I know you have a camera.
Okay.
You were on camera. Just engage your camera, sir, please. I mean, please, I need your attention to this matter. All right. Are there any preliminary matters in this case?
I'm having trouble. Hello?
Hello.
I'm having trouble hearing. I can hear you now.
Mr. Jackson, are there any preliminary matters as far as your client is concerned?
Can't hear you.
Are there any preliminary matters that you like, Mr. Jackson? If you sit
no.
If you sit in front of the camera, you keep on getting and moving away. That's why we can't.
We're working on we're trying to meet
Mr. Jackson, just stay right there. I can see you. I can hear you, but you keep on moving. That's why I can't hear you or see you. Mr. Jackson, just stay right there. Don't move.
Okay.
If you stay right there, I can see you and I can hear you. Don't move, okay?
Okay, I'm just having trouble hearing you. I face close to the phone.
No, all right. I'm sorry.
So we working on
this has been working. I'm trying. All right. All right. Hold on. All right. I'm turning my volume. We have not had any issues. So I've turned my, can you hear? Can everyone hear me, right?
I can, Chairman.
Yes,
Mr. Chairman.
All right. All right. All right. Do we have? Are there preliminary matters from the ANC's perspective?
There are no preliminary matters from the ANC. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. What about from the Citizens Association of Georgetown?
We have no preliminary matters either, thank you.
And I know the representative Nicole Dixon. Is she able to speak, or will you speak for her, Mr. Littner?
My understanding is that Ms. Vikan is connected. If she's not connected, I can speak for her and clarify the participants. Nicole, can you speak? If they need, she needs to be unmuted. She just sent me a message. Can they unmute her?
Please provide the name. If she's a call-in number, please provide the number to me directly in the chat.
Her number, just a second, I will give it to you.
Steve and Mr. Anderson, this is Tarleton Watkins. Her telephone number is area code 917-406-00.
Okay. Don't say the whole one. Don't say the whole phone number.
Okay.
Sorry. I don't think she's a call-in. What's the name?
It's Nicole Vikan.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Ms. Vikan, your rights have been elevated.
Yes, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we
Yes, we can hear you, ma'am. Do you have? Yeah, speak. Can you spell your name for the record and identify yourself, please?
Sure. My name is Nicole. I'm trying to start the video too. My name is Nicole Vikan. It's V as in Victor, I-K-A-N. And the first name is Nicole.
All right. Are there any preliminary matters you want to bring to our attention?
I don't believe so, sir. We've been trying to arrange a date for the mediation, and we've had some trouble between Mr. Burke's schedule and Mr. Jackson's schedule, so we're just waiting to hear back from them about the date to actually have the mediation.
All right, thank you. Can I ask everyone, if you're not speaking, put your microphone on mute, please? So just unmute your microphone when you need to speak. If you're not speaking, please, because we have some feedback. And I know this is, all right. All right, this matter will be scheduled for a protest hearing at a date to be determined. But there are a lot of parties in this case who are protesting this case. This is let me see something.
I want to apologize for leaving the camera so much, but I'm trying to cook my kids' food.
That's TMI, Mr. Jackson. TMI, Mr. Jackson. But all right,
okay.
I appreciate.
Yeah.
All right, I appreciate your. All right. So this is transferred.
But when it's raining, maybe set it up more.
All right. This is it. All right. All right. Hold on. There are a lot of parties. There are a lot of parties in this case. And the board supports. If this is an establishment that the citizens, that the residents of Georgetown would like to operate in Georgetown, I would support us having that the parties get together. I know you haven't had mediation as yet, so I would support either through mediation or that the parties meet and try to come up with a settlement agreement if you're able to do that. The board supports it. I'm not saying that it's something that you must do, but if the parties believe that this is an establishment that we want in our neighborhood, then I would encourage that the parties get together and agree with some terms. If the parties are unable to do that, then of course we will have a hearing sometime in the new year, and we will listen to all the parties and then make a determination. But as I said before, if this matter can be settled, the board would appreciate that. Okay. All right, now that we've scheduled this matter for a protest hearing, there are a few things that I would like to instruct you about so that the protest hearing is focused and addresses only those issues that are being protested. You either have already received or will soon be receiving an email from Imani Moreland that contains a copy of a protest information form, PIP, and a copy of an exhibit form. Both parties are required to complete and submit the protest information form and the exhibit form at least 7 days before the date of the hearing. If you did not receive a copy of your form 7 days before the hearing, your application or your protest may be subject to dismissal. These documents not only need to be submitted to ABRA, but to the opposing party as well. Please know that these documents greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point during the hearing. Each side will be provided 90 minutes to present their case. This includes all direct and cross-examination witnesses. The board does not intend to hear testimony on matters that are not relevant to these issues that are being protested, nor will the board tolerate repetitive testimony. Are there any questions by anyone?
No.
All right.
I have a question, sir.
Who is speaking, please? Identify yourself.
Nicole Vican.
Yes, Ms. Vican.
Okay, sir. My understanding is that we have this hearing if we can't come to a settlement with the settlement agreement, right?
Yes.
Okay, so do we prepare for the hearing before we've had the settlement agreement, or do we update you again after we've had a settlement agreement if the parties agree to meet?
What will occur is that we will provide, the parties can, I know you're going to have mediation, and after you have mediation, you can continue speaking. You can sign a settlement agreement, and that either, Ms. Beacon, who do you represent?
I represent the neighbors who oppose having the liquor store.
Okay, so you're part of the group. Now, okay. If there's a settlement agreement, if the ANC receives, if the ANC signs a settlement agreement with the owner, then your protest by law falls.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so that you're the only one who would lose your right to protest the matter if the ANC signs a settlement agreement. If the ANC signs a settlement agreement, the Citizens Association will continue to move forward because they have their own they have their own standing to protest this matter, and so I would talk to the ANC to make sure that if the ANC decides to settle this matter, that you can be part of it, or that they take your views in consideration, because by law, if the ANC signs a settlement agreement with the establishment, then your rights will terminate there. Just as an FYI, and I cannot.
Okay, even if we have 5 or more people.
Right, because the statute states that if there is a settlement agreement with an ANC, the group falls.
Okay.
So the only ones that would remain would be an abutting property owner or a citizen association, because the way it's looked at is by saying that as a group you are part of the ANC, so the ANC is representing your interests as a group per se.
But if one of us is an abutting property owner, that person still has standing?
Only if you were granted standing at the roll call hearing. So when you went to the roll call, did you protest this establishment as an abutting property owner?
No, because we did it as a group of 5 or more.
Right. No, if you did not protest it as an abutting property owner, then you have lost that right. Then you cannot, because you're part of the group, and so therefore your rights fall. If you did not if you had protested it as an abutting property owner, even if the ANC had signed a settlement agreement, you could continue on with your protest.
Oh, wow. Yeah, can you tell me where to find all these details? Because I thought I had done my research, but I did not know about that distinction. So I want to make sure I have all the information before the next thing happens.
Well, what I would ask you to do is at the end of this hearing, you can contact our Assistant General Counsel, April Randall.
April's been very helpful, yes.
Well, okay, talk to her. Okay, she can talk to her since you have her information. She can give you further information that you require.
Okay.
Okay. All right. And whatever questions you have about all the parties, whatever questions that you have about the process, please speak to Ms. Randall. She's very helpful. Our legal office, we're here to help all sides to provide whatever information they can. So since you're already been in contact with her, she can provide you whatever other information that you require. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your question. So unless there are any other issues, I'm going to adjourn this hearing. I want to thank everybody. I apologize for the technical issues, but I want to thank everyone for their participation. I want to wish everyone a happy and safe holiday season. And if I do not see this protest in the new year, the board will not take it personally. We'll take it that the parties were able to work their differences out. But good luck. Good luck. And if I see you in the new year, then we'll see you in the new year and we'll move forward with this matter. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much then. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure. All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 20 PRO 00028, Full Viet USA, license number 116771. This hearing is canceled because the parties will be submitting a settlement agreement to the board for its consideration and approval. The next case on our calendar is case number 20 PRO 00034, JS Mart, license number 116822. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in JS Mart, please?
Sure, stand by.
Thank you.
Mr. Lee, you're now a panel. Your rights have been elevated. Ms. Voorhees, your rights have been elevated.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Simmons, your rights have been elevated.
Hi, thank you.
Okay, that's all, Mr. Chair.
Hello?
All right. I apologize. Is it all the parties here?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Let's start with the licensee.
Yeah, my name is Kevin Lee. I'm attorney for the licensee, JS LLC, JS Mart Liquor. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Lee. Is the licensee joining us today?
So actually, if he is required to attend, he just stand by outside. So
No.
yeah, that's all.
Is he on the line, Mr. Lee?
He's not on the line yet.
That's fine.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, there is a all right, so we have a group of, hold on 1 minute, please. We have the group, and so Ms. Voris, can you identify yourself for the record and who you represent, ma'am?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I am a member of the abutting community and also a representative of the neighbors signing the petition against JS Liquor Mart. My name is Megan Boris, MEG, capital VOOR HIF.
Okay, all right. So who are the members? Who are with you?
I believe Ms. Simmons is on the line, and we have ample representation that was on the line either through the phone call dial-in or on the WebEx physically until 2:30. And we have written documentation from them through chat or email to Ms. Simmons of their participation.
Who are all the people who are on the line?
Of course. Mary, do you want to state your name first, and then I'll
hold on, Miss Simmons. All right, I need, if you're not speaking, for you to put your microphone on mute. So, Mr. Lee, put your microphone on mute, please. Okay, who's speaking?
This is Meg Boris.
Okay, so who's here? Who's on the line?
I am on the line. My name is Mary Linnell Simmons.
Spell your name, please.
MaryLinnell-SIMMONS. And I can also type it in the chat.
Fine, that's fine. No, this is we have a court reporter on the line. So the reason why I ask folks to spell their name is for the court reporter to capture your name. That's why. Who else do we have, please, as a part of the group?
And Mr. Chairman, I've included, and I can spell their names as well, 4 other attendees that were in attendance until 2:30, and per your direction, had either chatted their name and information into the chat or sent an email to Ms. Simmons. Specifically Jorge Berges, JORGEBERGES, Vanak Tan, VANNAK Thomas Bauer, THOMASBAUER, and Mr. Ian Simmons, IANSIMMONS.
All right, that's it. All right. At the roll call hearing, the group of 5 was given provisional status, and the group of 5 was informed that 4 additional members needed to be present at today's hearing. Since the 4 additional members did appear at the hearing today, I know that this hearing ran short, so I did inform the participants that they could identify them through the chat and what cases that they were for. So we do have written record that they were here today for the hearing, and that for personal emergencies they had to depart. So I therefore make a motion to provide status to the group of 5 or more. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. I now will take a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short?
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato?
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett?
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson?
Penny Hanson, I agree.
Mr. Grandis?
Ed Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. So standing has now been granted to the group of 5 or more. Are there any, so it, those are the only, are those the only protestants in this case? It's a group? I'm sorry. Let me get myself clear. Am I looking at the list? Hold on, please. Okay. All right. So the group was granted standing. All right. Are there any preliminary matters that needs to be brought to my attention, the board's attention?
No preliminary matters for applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Yeah.
Ms. Voris?
Mr. Chairman, we've already met with a mediator, excuse me, and determined that there was no settlement agreement in order. I'd also like to ask if all of the people have read through the petition and the arguments, or if it's helpful for me to also provide an outline of those as well.
No, that's not necessary. That's not necessary for our purpose here. But there's never a never. Didn't James Bond, Sean Connery said that they never say never. So there's never. I have hope that if parties decide that if the parties decide that they can, unless you're like saying, I don't want this establishment in my neighborhood, I don't want it there. But if there's some inkling that, it can exist, but with these conditions. So I don't like when folks said never. Okay.
Sure,
So
I appreciate that. Let me rephrase. In this particular location, it is unacceptable. We've already discussed if there's a different location they'd like to go into, and they have, an opportunity to look beyond. May I also make it clear that the person that is actually the owner of this establishment has not shown up for this call, neither for any of the mediated discussions. So I'm not even sure who that representation is, or if that in any way is challenging.
Ms. Voris, Mr. Lee's an attorney.
Yeah, I'm attorney. I represent it. Yeah.
Mr. Lee. He's an attorney, and he has informed the ABC board in writing that he's a designated representative of the owner, and so it is not necessarily incorrect if the owner hasn't shown up. But Mr. Lee, it appears that the residents would like to meet the owner.
Okay.
And maybe they can help. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's not. I know that you represent your client, and I know that you represent your client zealously. But sometimes the people in the neighborhood, they want to know who the client is. And Ms. Voris said earlier, she said never ever. Maybe your client will show up and he or she will have such a wonderful charm that she'll change her mind. You never know.
Actually, we understand. We understand that this is a cabinet talking, but we like to have an informal meeting with the protestant and my client, and we love to. So once we get done, and Ms. Boris, anytime just email me for arrangement meeting, and I will send my client to have there and talk with you. He loved to. So I accept your meeting invitation, and anytime just email me. I will arrange it for you.
All right. So I've done my part.
Yep, that's right.
I've done my part, and so, but we'll see. But as I stated before, if the matter can be settled, I support it. If the parties decide that it cannot be settled, we'll have a hearing. Okay. I am unable to provide a date for the hearing. However, we will provide a date shortly when we will have this protest hearing, but I do I do support having conversations, because you never know by having a conversation what folks can agree to if there's a conversation. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right.
And yeah, just to make sure Ms. Parisa has my email, and then just a follow-up email to me and for arrange any meeting. That would be great.
Okay. All right. Now that we've scheduled this matter for a protest hearing, there are a few things that I would like to instruct you about so that the protest hearing is focused and addresses only those issues that are being protested. You either have already received or will soon be receiving an email from Imani Moreland that contains a copy of the protest information form PIP and a copy of an exhibit form. Both parties are required to complete and submit the protest information form PIP and the exhibit form at least 7 days before the date of the hearing. If we do not receive a copy of your form 7 days before the date of the hearing, your application or your protest may be subject to dismissal. These documents not only need to be submitted to ABRA, but to the opposing party as well. Please know that these documents greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point during the hearing. Each side will have 90 minutes to present their case. This includes all direct and cross-examination of witnesses. The board does not intend to hear testimony or matters that are not relevant to those issues that are being protested, nor will the board tolerate repetitive testimony. Are there any questions?
No, sir.
Hearing none. Hearing none, we thank you greatly for your cooperation. If you have any questions at any time leading up to the hearing, please do not hesitate to contact ATC April Randall at 202-442-4353. I want to wish you both, all the parties, a happy holiday season, happy and healthy holiday season. And I always support conversations. Even if we go to a protest hearing, at least the parties have spoken and it's clear what each side is requesting. So conversations can't hurt, they can only help. And maybe if a settlement can't be reached, and if we go to a protest hearing, then the parties can say, we agree on these issues, but we can't agree on this other issue. So you make a decision there. But that's all I'm saying. I'm stating. But if I don't see you in the new year, I won't take it personally. But if I see you in the new year to have this protest, the board, of course, will gladly sit and make a determination. Okay?
Thank you very much
for your participation today. All right, then.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks for the time. Thank you. Bye now.
All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 20 PRO 00048, Wanda Marked, license number 116997. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Sure, stand by. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right. Can I have the parties identify themselves for the record? Let's start with the licensee, and can you spell your name for the record, please?
Okay, thank you so much. My first name is Adaneh, and Geberemeskel from Wondermart.
And who else is there from Wondermart?
Okay, thank you. My name is Isaganat Katama, N-E-T, and last name Ketema. I'm the owner of Wondermark business.
Just as an FY, so you own at least more than one business in DC, Mr. Ketema. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
No, the only reason I'm asking you because you were on another case before, so I just want to make sure. That's all.
No, I was wrongly called upon to join the hearing. That's why I muted and I left the meeting. The hearing.
Oh, so you weren't supposed to be. So you weren't supposed to be on the other case.
No, I was not supposed to be there.
Oh, that's why you were quiet when I was asking. Well, my apologies then, sir, for my misunderstanding for the first case. Okay, all right. Who else is on the line? Can you please spell your name, sir?
Yes. SALIMADOFO.
Thank you, sir. You're from ANC what, please?
Yes, sir.
What ANC are you from, sir?
8C.
Thank you. All right. All right. Are there any preliminary matters in this case? Preliminary matters are like I know that I'm just saying, are there any issues that you believe that should be addressed by the board?
Yes, sir.
I know that there's not been a mediation as yet, so we'll work towards scheduling the mediation in this case. So any other what other issues, please?
I apologize, sir. I may not be clear on the question. When you say preliminary matters,
is there
include?
Oh, I'm just saying, is there any particular problem that you have in this moving forward that you need to bring to my attention? Not the substance of the case, but just are there any procedural issues that you're having? That's what that is. I'm asking.
Okay. No, my end, sir.
Okay.
No, sir.
Mr. Ketema and Miss
not for this time.
All right. Okay. So we will schedule this matter for mediation, and if this matter can be settled at mediation, it will be. But the agency will work towards scheduling a mediation in this case. And this is an application for a new establishment. There's the board.
Well, sir, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Is mediation mandatory that we participate in? I mean, I'm not opposed to it. Okay. I'm just trying to understand that.
One of the things that I would ask that you do, we offer mediation, and it does help to. It does help. I'm sorry. It does help to offer mediation because at least you will know what each side will know where each side is, and so at least it's an opportunity to speak. But I would encourage. I would encourage the parties to go to mediation because at least you'll know what each sides are.
Right.
And if you have never done a protest hearing before, at least you'll see. You can find some more information, and at the end of this, I'm going to give you some instruction. I'm going to give both sides some instructions to let you know who within our agency will work with both sides to walk you through the process if you have any questions.
Yeah, I have a question before we get to mediation.
What is the question, sir?
My question is, this establishment is already present in the community, and from what I've gathered from some of the residents that we've surveyed and talked to, it's not an issue if the establishment can stay or not. It's the issue, can the establishment have the retail license to sell alcoholic beverages right next to a school and with the liquor store right next to it as well. So I don't have a problem, like nobody in the community has a problem with the store being there. There's a liquor store right next to it already. So we didn't see a need for another liquor store. And so when we go to mediation, I'm just trying to understand what would we mediate if we're happy that the store can provide services, but not that particular service.
Well, there are regulations. There are regulations that exist about how many feet you can be in front of a school. How many feet? I don't know what type of license. I guess this is a.
It is class B 25% of retail class.
Just hold on 1 minute, please, ma'am. And I think this is a B license that's been requested. So this is a grocery store. So it's a little bit different, but so there are different rules and regulations about what type of, because if it was say for example, with an A license, the probably would be no. A B license, I'm not sure, but I mean that is something that you can talk to. That's something that you can talk to our representative of, because the agency will determine whether or not by statute whether or not a license can be granted to that location. If you're saying that there is an A or a B, or it's within certain feet of another of a school. So that's something that if you can bring it to the attention of the agency, and depending on where it is from a legal perspective, the agency will make a decision to say this can or cannot move forward. So that's something that I will say as part of our investigation. That's part of our investigation. That's part of the investigation that we will do before the license will be granted. So that's something that you can find out from our agency. Okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. What were you saying?
I'm just explaining about my application. It is Class B 25% retail Class B license.
I'm aware of that. I'm aware of that, ma'am. But I said before, I can't give you an answer right now whether or not, based on the location of your establishment, whether or not this is a license that can be granted. The agency will make a determination whether or not, based on what is within the vicinity of your establishment, whether or not you can get that license. So there are two issues. One issue from a legal perspective, can you get the license? And the second issue, that if you can get the license, then the board, if it goes to a protest, then the board will make a determination based on the presentation that's made by the AMC, whether or not we're going to grant the license. So there's two different analyses. One analysis will say you can't get the license because of your location. And if that's the case, that's what the law says, the matter is over. The second issue is that, yes, you're eligible to get the license, but should we, based on the information that's provided by the AMC, should the ABC board grant this license? And that's something that both sides can discuss at mediation. Both sides can discuss with Ms. Randall, and she can provide whatever, she can at least let you know whether or not from a legal perspective, whether or not you can even have this license. Okay? So that's basically where we are.
Thank you so much.
All right. So so anyway, so as I was stating, so this matter will be scheduled, we'll schedule mediation. This matter, I'm unable to provide you with a date for the for the protest hearing, but the board will provide you shortly a date when we will have the protest hearing, that we'll have the protest hearing. So we'll provide that date to you, okay?
Okay,
all right.
thank you.
Let me find the instructions to read to you. Now that we've scheduled this matter for a protest hearing, there are a few things that I would like to instruct you about so that the protest hearing is focused and addresses only those issues that are being protested. You either have already received or will soon be receiving an email from Imani Moreland that contains a copy of a protest information form, PIP, and a copy of an exhibit form. Both parties are required to complete and submit the protest information form and the exhibit form at least 7 days before the date of the hearing. If we do not receive a copy of your form 7 days before the hearing, your application or your protest may be subjected to dismissal. These documents not only need to be submitted to ABRA, but to the opposing party as well. Please know that these documents greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point in the hearing. Each side will have 90 minutes to present their case. This includes all direct and cross-examination witnesses. The board does not intend to hear testimony in matters that are not relevant to those issues that are being protested, nor will the board tolerate repetitive testimony. Are there any questions by anyone? Okay. Well, we thank you greatly for your cooperation. If you have any questions at any time leading up to the hearing, please do not hesitate to contact AGC April Randall. So both sides can contact Ms. Randall at 202-442-4353. So, Mr. Adolfo, the legal question that you were asking before was whether or not there's another store there. She can let you know from a legal perspective whether or not. I know that once the application comes in, we do the ABC board. We do our GIS map tells us what other licenses are within that location, and because of the type of license that they're applying for, they might be eligible for it because of the particular. Although there might be a liquor store next to it, but based on the type of license that they're applying for, they might be eligible for it. But that's something. That's something that Ms. Randall can provide them more clarification on. And the second issue, even if they are available, even if this license is available to them, based on if we go to a protest hearing, the board can decide that we're not going to give them that license. Okay, so as I said before, it's two analysis. Yes, sir. That's a license that they can apply for, but then the board could decide based on, if we go to the protest hearing, based on the documents and witnesses that you provide, and then you might be able to convince the board that the board should not grant another license in that location. Okay?
All right, I have a question to that. So I was not made aware of all of the things that we can bring to the table to state our case. Is there someplace written that I can go to find out all of this information?
Yes, call. I gave you the phone number for Ms. Randall.
Okay.
Call Ms. Randall at 202-442.
I have.
Fine. She can point you whatever information that you require. She can give it to you, and that's the same thing for the owner too. Whatever information that you need. If you don't understand something, please contact Ms. Randall. She will provide whatever information that you need, and she's probably listening on this. She said she normally listens in on these hearings. So she's probably listening. So it's just a matter of getting in contact with her, and she will help facilitate the process to assist you. Okay?
All right. Thank you.
And she'll assist you as the ANC, and she'll also assist the licensee. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Have a great day, and thank you for your participation today. All right, thanks. You can log, okay. All right, our final case for the afternoon is case number 20 PRO 00047, handle 19, license number 117027. Miss Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Sure, stand by. Mr. Thomas, your rights have been elevated. Mr. August, your line has been unmuted. Mr. Shane August, your rights have been elevated.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Mr. Wise, your rights have been elevated. Ms. Maureen Burns, your rights have been elevated.
Thank you.
Mr. Dansby, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Gyraman, I'm not sure if I pronounced it right. Please forgive me. Your rights have been elevated. Mr. Badelia, your rights have been elevated. And Ms. Kaufman, your rights have been elevated. And that's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, let's start with, I'll have the parties identify themselves for the record, and let's start with the licensee.
Good morning. Ian Thomas, attorney for the applicant.
Is the licensee here with you, Mr. Thomas?
He should be on the line. Mr. Shane August and Mr. Rudy August.
Can they identify themselves for the record, please?
Yes. Yeah. Good afternoon. Shane August, President Handle 19, SHANE, last name August like the month, AUGUST.
Who else?
No one else at the moment.
Okay. All right. So let's have the licensee. I'm sorry. Let's start with the ANC. There's one of the protestants into the ANC. Is that correct?
Can you hear me?
Turn your Mr. J. You need to turn your I'm sorry. We can't hear you. Yes, go ahead, sir. I can't hear you, sir. Still can't hear you.
I am having difficulties on my computer, so I'm calling in. So I'd asked for number starting with 489 to be unmuted.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay.
So spell
great.
your first and last name, sir.
Sure. First name is Chander, CHANDER. Last name is Jayraman, JAYARAMAN. I am representing Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6B.
What about, can we have the group? I think it's a wise group. So can you introduce the group, sir?
I'm here, Brian Wise, but the designee is now Liz Burns, who I believe is also on the line. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry, who is with you, Mr. Wise?
Yeah, so I'm here. Liz Burns is the designee for the group of 15.
All right, so,
And I believe she is on the line as well.
all right, Ms. Burns, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, I can. Just for clarification, my legal last name is Morin, Morin, but I go by my married name of Burns socially. So this is Elizabeth Morin.
Whichever, I'm sorry, Miss Morin Burns, or I apologize. So tell me the name.
It's a legal hearing, sir. I just want to make sure there's no issues that would cause us to get tripped up later on because, you know, the name is wrong or hyphenated and it's not the right legal name. So my legal name is Elizabeth Morin, but you can call me Elizabeth Morin Burns socially.
Okay, thanks. All right. So who else is here for the group?
We have several from the group of 14. So we have Wuhan Dansby should be on the line. We have Mark Burns, who is sitting right here next to me.
Well, I need them to identify themselves.
Okay. Hello, my name is Mark Burns. MarkBurns.
Who else?
So they're not with me, but they've called in separately. We should also have
Wuhan Dansby. Hold on. We said Mr. Dansby. Go ahead.
Wuhan Dansby. Yep. So I'll let the others identify themselves.
Go ahead, Mr.
This is Carolyn Wise.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm sorry. Let's back up. Mr. Dansby, can you please identify yourself for the record and please spell your name?
Sure. It's Wuhan, W-U-H-A-N. Last name Dansby, D-A-N-S-B-Y.
All right. Who else do we have?
This is Carolyn Wise, C-A-R-O-L-Y-N-W-I-S-E.
Okay. Who else do we have?
Daniela Kaufman, D-U-N-N-I-E-L-A, K-A-U, F as in Frank, M-A-N.
Okay. Who else do we have? Ms. Lauren Burns, were there other folks who identified themselves in the chat who had to leave?
Yeah, I believe there were some others that identified themselves on the chat that may have had to leave. Thomas Palmerly may have been one of them.
Can you spell, if you know, let me see. Hold on. I'm trying to see if I can read the chat.
But if not, I believe that we had a couple of extras just as security in the event the other 5 did not show. So I think we've actually hit our legal 5 requirement.
We only need 4. We only need 4 members. You only had to have 4 members today, and you have identified Mark Burns, Wuhan Dansby, Carolyn Wise, and Kaufman. And so you have now provided the requisite group. So I make a motion that standing be granted to the Moran group. I make a motion that we officially grant full standing to the Moran group. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
And Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. So standing has now been granted to the group of 5 or more. And Ms. Moran is the designated representative for this group. All right. Are there any preliminary matters that need to be brought to the board's attention?
No.
Mr. Thomas.
Mr. Anderson, this is Commissioner Chandra J. Raman.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. J. Raman. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I apologize.
No need to apologize. We do want to note that there are abutting neighbors who are also protestants on the case that are on the line. I'm not sure if you want to recognize them first before I speak to our request that we filed today for a motion for continuance.
Hold hold on a minute, please. Let me hold on, Mr. Thomas. Who was protesting from your perspective? Who was protesting this this license?
Yes, my understanding that the protestants for this license are ANC 6B, the group of 5 that the administration just recognized, and then 2 abutting neighbors. One, Mr. Bedelia, who I see on the line, and another, I believe, Mr. Moynihan, who I do not see on the line, although he operates through a power of attorney, so the power of attorney may be on the line. To the extent that the abutting neighbor, that Mr. Moynihan or person he represents isn't on the line, though, we would request dismissal of his matter for failure to appear at a status hearing.
All right, no, all right. Is Mr. Moynihan, is Mr. Moynihan represented? Did Mr. Moynihan appear today?
He may have left early and left a message in the chat. Can you check the chat?
I'm trying to.
He may have referenced that he is the power of attorney for Mr. Quetch.
I'm trying to. I'm not being as successful as I need to be in reading the chat. So if someone can look at the chat to see what is it that Mr. Moynihan has stated.
If he's not in the chat room, he lives right next door to us, so we're gonna have my husband run down and grab him on the phone.
Mr. Chairman, this is Rafi. I do not see that name in the chat.
Okay, so all right. His name is not in the chat, so therefore, unless, what about Mr. Bedelia? Where's Mr. Bedelia?
Good afternoon. I'm here.
Can you state your name, state and spell your name for the record, please?
Yes, absolutely. I'm an abutting property owner, and my name is Ahmed, A-H-M-E-D. Last name Bedelia, B as in boy, H-A, D as in David, E-L-I-A.
All right, so this has been protested by ANC, the ANC, the group of 5 or more, Mr. Bedelia, and so unless we hear from Mr. Moynihan within the next 2 to 3 minutes, I'm going to dismiss Mr. Moynihan.
Mr. Chairman, I would
Mr. Chairman,
just ask
we would
for
object to the dismissal of an abutting neighbor who is situated directly behind this establishment.
Mr. J, and I should know how to pronounce your name, so I don't know why I'm having a problem today. Mr. J.
2 syllables, J. Raman.
J. Raman. Mr. J. Raman, as you know, this matter was scheduled for hearing at 1:30. I have been very accommodating. I've made it known to parties that if for some reason you are unable to participate, you can't stay on the line, identify yourself in the chat to say I was here and I had an emergency, I had to leave. You can't do that in court. But
Mr. Chairman,
I apologize. I have an email from Mr. Moynihan. I think it may have been an error on my part. He detailed to me some language that he thought could be inserted into this meeting. And I think he thought that if he just sent that to me, he was going to be okay and didn't have to attend. So he's an older gentleman. He's in his 90s. So I apologize. There may just be a little bit of a hang up. But again, he lives right next door. My husband is on the call and he's going to try and knock on the door and get him to at least wave his hand and say hello. I know that you gave the party from Georgetown nearly 45 minutes to be able to get their people squared away. So would appreciate about a 5-minute pause just to ensure that we can have all parties taken care of.
I gave the people from Georgetown almost 45 minutes because they were having technical issues in getting online. No one had to go search for someone. That's why. That's why I said, so I don't have, so it's not a matter, they were having technical difficulties. And what I was doing, was working with the people who had technical difficulties. I think it's unfair. I think it's unfair for me to wait here for you to go knock on someone's door to say, oh, by the way, I apologize that he's 90 years old, but that's not. So unless he's...
To be fair, we've been waiting for 2.5 hours.
And can I chime in, please? Because
hold on. I'm sorry to cut you off, and I'm sorry I'll come off this way. Okay, this is very trying for all of us. I have been sitting in front of the screen since 9:30 this morning. Okay, I have been doing that. So don't tell me that you've been waiting for 2.5 hours. I've been flexible by saying if you can't wait online, just put on the chat that you were online and that you had to go. If this was not a case, if this was in person and if you were not there, I would dismiss your case. But I gave options. And so if you guys knew that this person wasn't going to be there, you could have had him sign in and say to him that just sign in and then you can go with your happy life. So if he's not here, and I'm going to make the motion, and if he appears before we vote, yes, he'll still have standing. But I'm going to make a motion to the board that Mr. Monahan be dismissed from this proceeding. Is there?
Can you please have your IT support ensure that my husband was sworn in?
I'm sorry, do what?
My husband should be trying to call in from his phone, from the neighbor. So can you check with your IT support to ensure that Mark Burns' call is not being ignored?
There's only one calling number, and that is Mr. Chandler.
It should be, I think it would probably be a WebEx.
Seconded the motion.
I think a lot of the assumptions here are because we're assuming that everyone is tech savvy, and Mr. Monahan is representing the abutting neighbor. He has the power of attorney. And
I fail to see why any of the party of five have standing to make any argument on behalf of Mr. Monahan. They're not his representatives. It's actually not legal for them to make representations for them.
No, but
the motion has been made by the board. It has been seconded. It should be voted on. This is now outrageous. We are now 3 hours into this.
All right. So I made a motion. I think Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion.
It's discriminatory against people that are elderly that don't know how to use the technology. That's the problem. We're asking for a little bit of recognition that if we have to cite ADA.
Who's speaking?
It's Brian Wise. But
Mr.
a
Wise.
little bit of accommodation due to ADA for people who don't know how to use technology.
Team, I have Mr. Quench who is online.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wise.
I have the gentleman online.
Miss Moore, hold on, please. The representation that was made before was that not that Mr. Monahan had issues with technology, not that Mr. Monahan was 90 years old. The representation that was made by Ms. Moore was that he thought he could put in a statement, and by putting that statement, that would be sufficient. That was representation. So I do not want anyone to state that the ABC board is not being accommodating to someone who is not tech savvy or for someone who has ADA. So that's not a representation.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
Your remedy for not being present was to enter something into the chat log. If someone doesn't know how to use the chat log, then that is due to age or due to any protective class. That would be a reason for giving them an accommodation.
I have been very accommodating in this entire hearing, but I was never told he was on the line. What I was told, he thought he could put in a statement and that was sufficient. And so when he was told that that was not sufficient, when that was told, it's like, let me run next door to go get him. So I don't want to hear that we're being discriminatory. That is not the case. And even if he does not, and even if he doesn't have his own stand-in, he can join in with the group. His rights can be covered by any other parties. So is Mr. Monahan on the line? Is he there? Is he there?
Everyone, just as a reminder, I have the abutting neighbor on my phone right here on video.
The question I'm asking, is Mr. Monahan there? If Mr. Monahan is there, can he identify himself for the record?
Mr. Monahan is the power of attorney for Mr. Ketch. And
I'm
sorry. Is on the phone right here.
Hold on, I'm sorry. Hold on, Ms. Moran.
For the
have you
liquor license.
Hold on. Has Mr. Monahan, prior to this hearing, provided this power of attorney to the ABC board to say someone else has represented him? Has that been done?
It has not.
Mr. Monahan is the power of attorney for Mr. Ketch, who is a abutting neighbor. Mr. Monahan is not here, but Mr. Ketch is. He is the abutting neighbor.
I'm sorry. Let me ask, Mr. Thomas. I was not at a roll call hearing. Who is Mr. Monahan from your perspective, sir?
My understanding is that Mr. Moynihan is a power of attorney for whoever the resident is. I have never seen a power of attorney. I do not believe one was provided with his protest letter. I also, for that matter, do not believe that any of the group of five is permitted legally to represent him or to bring him on through a cell phone. I agree with the board's perspective that his rights are represented by the ANC, which is here protesting. And there is a group of five that is protesting as well as another abutting neighbor. We have been here a long time, and if he doesn't show, he doesn't show.
And I have the neighbor on video available to speak.
Who is the neighbor? Who's that?
His name is Walter Ketch. He is the owner of the abutting property.
And who was at the roll call hearing?
Mr. Monahan, who was his representative.
And his power of attorney was registered with the protest letter.
Mr. Thomas, are you an attorney, sir?
I am.
All right. Mr. Thomas, was Mr. Monahan, as the representative of Mr. Ketch, was he provided, did the board's agent grant him status as an abutting property owner?
I believe it was some status. I don't remember if it was conditional or not.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. I was at the hearing. This is Ahmed Bedelia. I am the other abutting property owner. I live next to Mr. Ketch. I was at the roll calling hearing, and I'm happy to sign under penalty of perjury that I was at that hearing, and Mr. Ketch was provided status as an abutting property owner, not conditionally.
But I'm saying, when Mr. Ketch was Mr. Ketch at the hearing, or was there Mr. Monahan at the hearing?
Mr. Monahan was representing Mr. Ketch as the power of attorney.
And that was registered in the protest letter that was originally filed with the Abra board.
And
with all due respect, I object to every single one of these other protestants representing the rights of another protestant. They're not permitted to represent the right of an abutting property owner. The abutting property owner has to represent themselves. So with all due respect, I understand what they're doing. I don't fault them for it, but they can't represent his rights here, and they can't vitiate his rights here. So I don't.
No issues with that, sir, but he's right here to represent himself.
Excuse me, I'm speaking.
He's on the phone.
Again, I'm speaking. I'm lodging my objection for the record. There's a court reporter here. I'd like to have the opportunity to speak. Thank you very much. I do not believe that any of these other people have the ability to represent his rights. This hearing was called almost 20 minutes ago. and the abutting property owner was not here. Under the DC municipal regulations, he should be dismissed for failing to appear.
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, I live next to Mr. Kesh. He is he's an older gentleman. I have to help him many, many times here as one of his neighbors. And you yourself said if he appears, which he has, before the arbor is to vote, then you would count him, and he has appeared. I think it would be a miscarriage of justice, frankly, if you were not to include him. His representative showed up both at the hearing, the status hearing, as well as at the mediation. And we have him right here for you to consider for his status.
So we're saying that Mr. Catch is there.
That is correct. As the video was shown, I apologize for cutting you off.
So can Mr. Catch identify himself for the record, please?
Okay, honey, can you put Mr. Ketch on the phone and let him identify himself for the record?
Yes. Hello.
Hold on one second.
Yes.
Can you identify yourself, sir?
Can you tell your first and last name? You have a question?
Can you identify yourself for the record, sir, please?
Yes, sir. So you just need to give your first and last name. I'm Walter Quetch, Quetsch, 310 C Street, Southeast.
All right. I'm trying to get some clarification to find out. I'm trying to get some clarification. All right. It was in the information that was provided to me was that Walter B. Quetsch was granted stand-in, and that Mr. Eric Monahan has a power of attorney for this person, and so because Mr. Ketch is here and Mr. Monahan was Mr. Monahan, I will move forward with stand-in.
Thank you.
So stand-in is provided to, and stand-in is provided to ANC, the group of 5, Mr. Bodifilia and Mr. Ketch. All right.
May I please just for the record, I just want to, just for the record, I want to note my objection that the failure to appear should have resulted in dismissal, and that Mr. Ketch cannot be represented by these other protestants. I understand the position, but I just want to note my objection for the record.
And thank you. If you want to put something right, Mr. Thomas, but from what I've had now, it was confirmed that at the roll call hearing that Mr. Ketch was provided stand-in as an abutting property owner, and that a power of attorney was issued to the agency by Mr. Monahan. That is it. That was confirmed by the agency. That was presented at the roll call hearing. I know that I was making a motion, and there was some confusion, but we didn't vote. We didn't vote on the motion because of all the confusion. And based on that time, Mr. Ketch appeared personally for this hearing.
I understand that. My concern is this. I have never seen Mr. Ketch personally, and what we have is another protestant holding up a cell phone with a video of someone else. I do not know who that person is. I cannot confirm who that person is. And while I don't try to ascribe ulterior motives to any of the other protestants, I do think that the rules are clear that you need to be physically present. Now, I understand we live in a time where being physically present with one another is not actually possible. And so I understand that we have to appear virtually. But what we now have is not just virtual appearance, but it's virtual appearance through another virtual appearance by doing some sort of video on an iPhone. So the decision is going to be the decision, but I just want, because I don't know where this is going to go, I want to note my objection for the record and our objection for the record that the non-appearance did not result in it.
Thank you for, I'm sorry. Thank you for that, Mr. Thomas. I appreciate it. As an attorney, we all have to zealously represent the rights of our clients, and I appreciate that. And the record is noted.
Mr. Donovan, this is Chandra J. Raman. I appreciate your consideration of the technical and the conditions that we're operating under, which are definitely unorthodox. And so I appreciate your leadership and your willingness to ensure that nobody is disenfranchised in this case. So I'm grateful to you, sir.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. J. Raman. But I do take what you say seriously, Mr. Thomas, and I appreciate that. All right. I think, Mr. J. Raman, you said you had a preliminary matter that you want the board to address.
Yeah, ANC 6B filed a motion for a continuance in the form of a letter today with Abra Legal, as well as served all the parties. Particularly, Mr. Thomas was served with those papers via electronic mail, and we would, if that's a preliminary matter, we would ask that the ABC board grant the motion for continuance.
Mr. J. Raman, your motion is premature, and the reason why your motion is premature is because we have not scheduled this matter for a hearing, and I do not have a date for the hearing. Maybe on the original protest status information that there is a hearing, but there's no hearing scheduled for this case. And
yeah, in the original notice, the protest hearing was scheduled for January the 6th, and that is the assumption under which I was working off of, and it is based on that information that we submitted this motion for continuance.
Yes, sir. As I said, your motion is premature because the hearing has not been scheduled, and I'm not able to provide a date for a hearing today. So we will reach out to the parties and advise them when this matter will be scheduled for a protest hearing. So there's no reason for us to address your motion because there is no hearing scheduled currently. And as I stated before, the board is unable to provide a date today when the hearing is. However, we will reach out to you shortly. We'll reach out to the parties shortly to provide them with a date for the protest hearing. Okay? Are there any
Mr. Chairman, point of clarification, yes, do we need to withdraw that letter?
You can withdraw it. So I mean, why don't you just send in an email or let me say it this way. Why don't you can make a motion to withdraw the letter so that we don't have to respond to it. We normally respond to everything that we get. So if you're withdrawing it, if you're making an oral motion to withdraw your letter, it will be withdrawn.
Well, I certainly would like the contents of the letter to be considered in terms of the scheduling. So I'm not sure whether I should withdraw it or not.
Well, your letter stated that the hearing was scheduled for was going to be January 6th, and it's not scheduled for January 6th. So it's
right. It further states that we would request that it be scheduled for no earlier than February 1 of 2021. That's the key.
But that's something that whether the ABC board the agency will provide some dates for the hearing. If the parties want us if the party wants us to move it to a different date by mutual consent, we will move it. So I would ask you to do, I'll ask that you withdraw your motion, and once we issue a notice, if that date does not work, then we will change it. I mean, I know that the parties will jointly work towards scheduling it.
Yeah, there's a logistical problem with that because that was a vote of ANC 6B, and so I would have to take a vote of the commission in order to retract that we don't meet for another month. And so I will do my best by next week when we have our executive committee meeting to bring this up so that we can formally withdraw that because I can't do it unilaterally and would have to get permission from the commission as a whole.
All right, so you're saying that you can't withdraw it. All right. So if you can't,
Not until next week, sir. That's all.
We go on. Fine, and we go. We are. This is actually the last meeting. I doubt it, but this is actually the last meeting that we're supposed to have for the year, and maybe this is why this has been such a trying day because we're not supposed to. As everyone knows, 2020 has been a trying year for all of us in the world, and so I understand why tempers are short. So we're looking forward to the end of 2020 and looking forward to 2021, where we're hoping that things will get better. So maybe that's why.
Can I make a point of?
Mr. Thomas. Yes, Mr.
Sure.
I'm coming to you, Mr. Thomas. That's why this. I just realized this is actually our last scheduled hearing for the year. So maybe this is why it has been so trying today. Yes,
Yeah.
Mr. Thomas.
So in the interest of trying to just find a resolution that doesn't waste the people's time, I would suggest that the motion be denied as moot, and that the ANC, should they wish to refile it, they can refile it at a later day once the actual date is determined. That would at least prevent the ANC from going back and having to do their whole administrative process, but it would preserve their right to seek the extension should they desire one once the actual protest date is set. But to me, it seems to make the most sense.
Mr. Anderson, we would prefer to withdraw it than having it be decided to be that a vote be cast to be opposed then.
So will you withdraw your motion then, sir?
I will be glad to do that once I get approval next Thursday at the executive committee meeting, at which time I will be able to bring it up with a quorum present, and I will be glad to do that, sir.
Mr. Thomas, I know that you've argued today, so are you I'm trying to figure out the best way to do this to see whether or not the board should.
Here's my concern. Here's really what my concern is. My concern is that if there is a motion pending before the board, I'm going to be inclined to protect my client's rights to submit some sort of opposition, which is going to prejudice my client because my client is going to have to use the resources to oppose a motion which will likely end up being withdrawn. And so what I'm saying is that in order to not prejudice us because of a premature motion, it makes, in my mind, the most sense to everybody to just deny it without prejudice as moot. And if the ANC wants to file it again, you have me on record saying they can file it again and we'll deal with it in the normal course. But I do not see why we have to wait a week to find out if it will in fact be withdrawn, because while Commissioner Jay Raman represents that they intend to withdraw it, he still needs to get the votes of his remaining ANC counterparts. And if they don't provide those votes, then I'm sitting here and I don't know whether to oppose it. I may have to oppose it. It doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. I know 2020 is not the year where a lot of things make sense, so I'm hoping maybe we can go out on a positive note, but I don't see a reason why this needs to languish for a week.
Well, this is not something that the Aber board, if today is the last date of the meeting, it would not be something the board would even address until they return to session. Is that correct, sir?
All right. We have a hearing, and you have raised the motion. Mr. Thomas, you have orally responded to the motion. So I'll say this to Mr. Thomas. you have orally responded to the motion. Do you want to? Is that your answer, or do you want to write something and then I'll make a ruling?
I mean, I got the motion 15 minutes before I logged on to this, which seems like an eternity ago, but it was only 15 minutes before I logged on. I honestly, I don't necessarily know that I need to write something, but I also haven't had a chance, because I've been on this call, to have a conversation with my client about whether he would want a more formal response. I do not believe that the relief sought is warranted right now for exactly the reasons that were articulated previously about there not being a date set anyway in the first place. And so, I mean, I leave that on the record, but I don't want to waive a right to file a written response, because I don't have the authority, legally, I don't have the authority to do that on behalf of my client, and I wouldn't want to deprive him of my counsel separate and apart from today's meeting.
Mr. Thomas, you're
Mr.
making my
Anderson,
life more difficult
likewise,
than it is.
I don't have the authority unilaterally to withdraw it, because
here's what I will do. We'll stand on the arguments that have been raised here today by me in opposition to their request, that it's premature, that a hearing hasn't been set, and that it should be denied.
All right. With that said, I make a motion that we deny the motion. We deny the motion as it been premature, because the hearing has not been scheduled as yet.
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote on the motion. Ms. Crockett seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Robbie Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The motion passed 6-0-0. The motion was denied because it's moot, because a hearing has not been scheduled. You can refile it. It can be refiled for once the hearing is scheduled. Okay, so it's moot because there's no legal issue for you to request it. Okay, sir? All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are there any other preliminary matters that anyone wants to address?
Not at this time from the applicant.
From you, the ANC, Mr. Jayaraman?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
From the abutting property owners?
Not at this time. Thank you for your time.
From the group? From the group?
Not at this time.
All right. Thank you. All right. And since everybody has been online, I don't need to read the instructions anymore about how to do a protest here. Is that correct? Is that correct?
That is
correct.
Okay, thank you. Before I close this hearing, and this is I'm taking a personal preference. All right. I know it's not my phone ringing, okay? So can you please mute your lines, please? I can tell whose line it is. If I go on the second screen, I can tell who's. I don't want to embarrass anyone by saying whose phone is ringing, because I can see whose microphone is open. Okay, all right. This is unrelated. Mr. Jayaraman, are you no longer an ANC commissioner?
I will not be an ANC commissioner as of December 31st.
No, I was just want to thank you for your service to the residents of the District of Columbia, sir. That is all I was saying, since I think I read that you're no longer an ANC commissioner. All right. I want to thank everybody this has been a long day, and I would like to thank everyone for their time and their energy. And if the parties are able to settle this matter, the board supports settling the matter. If the parties want to litigate this matter, I will see you in the new year when this matter will be litigated. Thank you very much for your presentation today. happy holidays. Have a happy and safe holiday. And I on behalf of the board, I hope that 2021 is much better for all of us than 2020 was. Okay? Have a great day. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Chair,
Thank you.
and happy holidays to the entire board as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right. Thank you. All right. Let's turn to our legal agenda. All right. There are 2 matters on our legal agenda today. And hold on, please. All right. Let me get the legal agenda that was here. All right. I apologize. Technology and I myself was not necessarily. All right, hold on. Yeah. Anyway, there are 2 matters on. There are 2 matters on the legal agenda today. The first one is a review of an offer in compromise in law for hearing dated December 8th, 2020. This is for case number 19 CMP 00194. Miss Crockett, do you have the OIC available in front of you, please? Or any other board member, if you have the OIC available in front of you?
I can pull it up for you, Mr.
Yeah, can you please pull up the OIC for me, please?
Legal agenda, public group. Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
And can you please tell me what the I know what the terms are, so can you please tell me what was the violation in the public group, please?
It's actually this is the one we sign. It's actually not the actual order. Okay.
No, not the just let me know what the violation is, please, in the public group.
Yeah, it's
What was the violation, please?
it doesn't say specifically.
All right, let me find it. Hold on, please. I was trying to do it a different way, but hold on. All right, hold
The see, I have sets forth the terms, but it's not stating what the
okay,
infraction was.
All right. Okay. All right. The terms of the OIC as follows. This is the public group. The District of Columbia, jointly with licensee respondent, submits this offer in compromise OIC to the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board as authorized by 23 DCMR section 1604.5 for approval by the board. The parties understand that if the board approves the OIC, this case will be concluded and any scheduled show cause hearing will be vacated. Respondent will be obligated to abide by the terms of the OIC, a fine, suspension, both or other terms above. If the board doesn't approve the OIC, the matter will be continued to a show cause hearing currently not set. The respondent has been advised that there is no obligation to accept an OIC. Respondent has been advised through service of the notice of status hearing and show cause hearing that at a show cause hearing, respondent may be represented by legal counsel, have subpoenas issued to require the production of witnesses and evidence, production of witnesses witnesses and evidence, cross-examine witnesses, and apply to the board for qualified interpreter. Charge number 1, increase summer garden occupancy. The statutory authority is DC Code Section 25762B2, and the fine is a $2,000 fine payable within 90 days, or license shall be suspended immediately, indefinitely, until the fine has been paid. Charge number 2 is provide backup drinks. Statutory authority, Code Section 25741B. That case has been dismissed. Charge number 3, provide alcohol in a closed container. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25113A3. The board will issue a warning. So therefore, I make a motion that for the 3 charges in this case, that there is a fine for charge 1. There's a fine of $2,000 payable within 90 days. If the fine is not payable in 90 days, this license will be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. For charge 2, that charge 2 will be dismissed, and for charge 3, that a mandatory warning will be issued. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. Mr. Short, can you please put your phone and unmute, please? All right. The second matter on our legal agenda is it's a review offering compromise dated 12/9/2020, case number 19 CIT 00697, Shangri-La Lounge, license number 087348. The OIC terms are as follows. The District of Columbia, jointly with the licensee respondent, submits this offering compromise to the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board as authorized by 23 DCMR 1604.5 for approval by the board. The parties understand that if the board approves the OIC, this case will be concluded and any scheduled show cause hearing will be vacated. Respondent will be obligated to abide by the terms of the OIC, a fine, suspension, both or other term shown below. If the board does not approve the OIC, the matter will be continued to the scheduled show cause hearing currently not set. The respondent has been advised that there is no obligation to accept an OIC. Respondent has been advised through service of the notice of status hearing and show cause hearing that at a show cause hearing, respondent may be represented by legal counsel, have subpoenas issued to require the production of witnesses and evidence, and produce witnesses and evidence, cross-examine witnesses, and apply to the board for a qualified interpreter. The terms of the OIC as follows. Charge 1, steps to no ABC manager or owner on duty, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25701. There will be a fine of $1,000 to be paid within 90 days, or the license will be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid. That is the term of the OIC. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that has been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. Okay. That was the end of our legal agenda. We now have our docket. And the way I'm going to do the docket today is there are 18 cases on our docket today. I am going to read the entire docket in the record, and I will also state what it is that we're voting for. At the end of my reading of the 18 establishments on our docket, then I will make a motion that the ABC board adopts the docket that's scheduled for today, December 10th, 2020. The first licensee on the docket is Breakthrough Beverage, license number 60518. It's a wholesaler A. They're asking for a gifts and loans disclosure holiday macarons. The second establishment on our docket is another request from Breakthrough Beverage, license number 60518, which again, a wholesaler B. It's asking for permission for gifts and loan disclosure of Diego Tents. The next establishment on our document is a request from Breakthrough Beverage, license number 60518, for a gifts and loan disclosure of a Diego Piana umbrellas. The next event request is a request from Cloakroom, license number 087875, for sports wager application. Then we have Levy at DC United, license number 60462. They are requesting a sports wagering application. We now move to Jeffrey J. Wilson, license number 20 IMP 00025. It's a personal importation permit application. Number 7, a request from Donna Chapin, license number 20 IMP 00026. She's also requesting a personal importation permit application. Number 8 on the docket is a request from Chinatown Liquor, license number 117572. It's a retailer A. It's a transfer with sale application. Number 9 is vinchase.com, license number 116874. It's our internet B. It is a new ABC license application. Number 10 is 1914 by Colben, license number 116067. This is a retailer C. They're asking for Summer Garden application. The next request is from 1914 by Colben, license number 116067. It's a retailer C Tavern change of hours application. Then the number 12 is another request by 1914 by Colben, license number 116067. This is a letter to request to increase the capacity from 76 to 100. Then we have the Cheesecake Factory, license number 113566. This is a new ABC license application. Number 14 is Victory Restaurant and Lounge, license number 117539. This is a transfer with sale application. Number 15 is the Mayflower Club, license number 116450. This is a new ABC license application. Number 16 is North Shaw LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 117070. This is also a new ABC license application. Number 17 is Hilton Washington, DC National Mall, license number 117214. This is also another new ABC license application. And number 18, the last one on our calendar today, on our docket today, is from the Wegman Food Market, Wegmans license number 116841. This is a new ABC application. I then make a motion that the requests that were made on the docket for today that was just read in the record, that they be approved. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Ms. Crockett. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Kenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. Mr. Grandis.
I thought unmuted. Okay, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Thank the parties, thank the ABC board members for voting on the docket today. We have no other scheduled event for the day. So with that, I will close the public hearing for today. As chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on January 6, 2021, for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for January 6, 2021, as published in the DC Register on December 11th, 2020. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. I will now have a roll call I will now have a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Kenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 6-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this aforementioned closed meeting. Pursuant to Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board hearing room bulletin board, placed on the electronic calendar and on ABRA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. This is our last scheduled hearing on our calendar for 2021. I would like to thank the board members. This has been a very trying year. We have tried on a new technology and it has worked. So I would like to thank formally the board for their active participation in all the hearings today, and look forward to continued working relationship for 2021. Thank you very much. And this closes our public session, and the board will now return to executive session. Thank you.